is the Monday show on a Thursday. And looks like we already got a couple people in the chat tonight. Good evening, Crazy Horse. Good evening, Lady Mist. Thank you both for tuning in tonight. Sorry I'm late. I was trying to make my scanner work. I have a very vintage scanner up here, but it's a really top-notch unit. Um, and I have a theory why it may not work. I have two theories, but I want to give that a shot, and then we'll take a quick look at Joseph Frost's Joseph Frost's ghost. So he's the ghost of Joseph Frost. I guess that does mean he is Joseph Frost, but he sent me a couple of his authors or publishers' copies of his books, and I plan to embark on reading those soon. I am presently reading the what you call it, the Andy Weir book, who I mixed up with another author a couple weeks ago. But Andy Weir's book, what is it? Project Hail Mary. That is a good book. Pretty good book so far. Yeah, I would ruin it for you guys, but maybe you're gonna go see it in a theater. And while spoilers sometimes do hook me on to a story, it in a theater, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who does not like spoilers before reading a book. Right now, I'm just getting the chat windows up on screen so that we automatically have all of the chat windows. And I think we're covered now. I think we got it on all our screens. Possibly. Yeah, looks like we got the chat windows up on all of our screens, although looks like we got a truncated chat up here. There we go. Now we have more complete chat. Other than that, I stumbled into a great series recently. A long time ago, I read a book called The Three Body Problem. And I want to touch base on that just real quick. So, The Three Body Problem, if you are doing a book report for school when you're a kid, you might go and tell your teacher or your friends it's about a guy who's got three bodies, and the problem with that is obviously that he can't really keep track of anything. But no, it has nothing. It has absolutely nothing to do with having three bodies. Um, Here we go. We got the Amazon Prime streaming window right over. Oh, I got two Reggies. I gotta fix that. I mean, we got a decapitated, partially. It's not really decapitation. He's just kind of like deforeheaded. I guess that's what you would call it. Well, we don't want Reggie losing his head. So let's make sure Reggie has his head on all of my screens. Yep. So yeah, this was actually put on Netflix, and I was looking for it on Amazon Prime because I always mix up Amazon and Netflix. Like people will be like, "Oh, this is on Netflix," and I'll go on Amazon Prime looking for it, and then I'll be like, "I can't find it." But turns out that the three body problem is indeed there's two versions: the Netflix version and the Tencent version, which is I believe Tencent is the company that created TikTok. So you got Yang. I forgot his name. It's like you. I'm not even gonna pronounce it. I forgot what it was. This is we. Crap. I forgot all the names. I only remember this guy's name. This is Dash. Dasha is this like cigarette smoking detective, but in the TV series, 90% of the time he pours out a cigarette, and they're like, "There's no smoking allowed here," and then he's like, oh, okay," and then he like puts out his cigarette or like doesn't get to light it most of the time, and on occasion he does. And I breezed through this whole 30 episode season. Good God, like you know, we get season 6 of The Expanse. They give us what like 12 episodes, and they're like I remember Stone Cold Loki did a no, I don't want to make a shortcut. Stone Cold Loki did a like reading of an article on one of these pop culture websites or one of these mainstream websites. Hey, my camera's off. Also, I want to see what this is. Key to Metal Idol. That could be fun. Let's turn on the camera. There you go. We give you guys some eye candy right over there. Give you ladies some eye candy. Yo, I was sweating like a pig before looking for the AC adapter for my scanner. So I was sweating like a pig yesterday and today, but got a little nicer today. Just a little bit. Either that or I'm getting used to it. Tried to take a cold shower before this. Not really a cold one, warm shower, then you make it cold. Anyway, that's besides the point. So, where do we go from here? Do I want to show you the show? I can't show you the show. I could. I'm just curious about it. So I want to see if they, wait, why is it, oh, am I not signed into Amazon right now? Why does it have family members on here, not me? Oops. I guess I'm in the wrong Amazon account. Let's just go here. Oh, there it is. We'll go here. We'll go in Mozilla Mozzarella Firefox here. Watch again? Sure. Why not? Skip the ad. Apparently I don't have to watch ads. Oh, is this the episode of the boat? No, this is the episode. Oh wow, it actually works. So wait, does it work? It does work. Okay, why is this a big deal? A lot of times when you go on Amazon, you play a video, it will it'll filter it out. It'll do like the whole copy protection thing. So apparently this one does not get copy guarded, so to speak. So you can just straight up stream it without any special tricks. Typically, if I wanted to stream this, I'd have to like output it or play it off a Chromecast and then re-input it into my HDMI port. Or I think you could disable hardware acceleration in your browser, but that's super annoying. So this is like a little spoiler rich here. I mean, this is I don't even know where to begin here. I guess we should see the boat. We should see the boat. I think the boat is really a pivotal episode when they slice the boat up. Although I feel like that's ruining it too. Well, let me just take my word for it. Good series. The 10-cent version does have some hit or miss CGI scenes, like cut scenes where the CGI is, or even the visual effects composites are questionable. But on the whole, it's my understanding this version of the series is more faithful to the 3-book series. So far, they have only covered the first book. It's more accurate to the story in the books than the Netflix series. So, if people complain about Netflix version, partially they might just find certain aspects of it weird, which is kind of inherent to sci-fi. And on the other hand, it would also be that they took a lot of liberties to kind of like condense the story quite a bit. So yeah, hey, what's up, Game Gear Goddess? So yeah, other than that, what's up there, Padre? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in, Padre. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Yeah, so this is the scanner. I did some cleaning on it today. Actually, like, opened it up, dusted the inside of the scanner. Saw some crud on the logic board, so I cleaned it, and that's making me question if that's why it's not working. So I don't really want to order a logic board just yet. Gonna investigate that a little more, but let's take a look. First of all, let's see how much the scanner sells for. Okay, you can still get a 25-year-old scanner for $125. Either that's someone beating people over the head on the price, or it's that good of a scanner. And I would say it's probably the best kept secret in scanning because inflation adjusted, it technically went up in price, you would say. I would say. Oh, look at it. You can get the scanner head. Don't really need that. I just need to clean the scanner head. But what I really need is a logic board. Let's see if we can get a logic board for this. And I'm not even sure if I need it. What up, Wade? I totally forgot about you. Oh, there it is. Okay, so yeah, this is the part that I have doubts about functioning. And it probably wouldn't hurt to have a spare. Got a spot on my screen. There we go. I said clean my screen. 10 p.m. tomorrow night. What's tomorrow night? Tomorrow's Friday. Don't I like usually go and watch Snow Dub at 10 p.m. tomorrow night? Or I might be visiting my friend William and his wife. Hey, what up, California 444? What you doing? You doing a watch party? You doing a regular stream? is it only for fans of your channel? Because I could whip up a graphic. I was actually gonna, if I had time before the stream, I was gonna whip up a graphic that said only turtles, and it would be like the OnlyFans logo. Um, okay, I just pulled the thing that the quartering did. I really gotta stop doing this. I gotta stop using the Google search. Oh, thank God I wasn't sharing my screen. I really gotta stop using this browser. Although nothing bad came up. Someone posted something on, like, the what do you call it, on what was it, X, and basically the quartering like was opening up his browser and he types in the address bar and it says submit complaint to YouTube about some channel, and it was like, basically he got outed for like submitting a complaint about someone's channel, and the lesson is like, well, if you're streaming, you probably shouldn't like use the same browser that you do your regular browsing on, because you're just gonna be like sharing private information and stuff. So let's do an experiment. We're gonna see if we can make this scanner work right now, because I really want to make it work. So step one, we gotta unplug the scanner from the computer, because it's one of those old plug-and-play devices where it doesn't. Whoa, why was that hot? There's a little toasty there. Well, anyway, where was I? I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. So yeah, it's one of those old plug-and-play devices where you install the software and then you plug it into your computer. No, I will not restart my computer. I will absolutely not restart my computer right now. But now we're going to install a different version of the driver. I'm hoping that like the Windows 2000 version of the driver works, because in general, if you ever have an old device, like a Windows, let's say you had a device like a joystick you bought for Windows 98 or something like that. Maybe not a joystick, but whatever it is. And you can't find a device driver for Windows, Windows 7, Windows 10. Ideally, if you're running Windows 10 or 11 maybe, look for a Windows 7 driver. If you don't find that, look for a Windows XP or Windows 2000 driver. But generally speaking, during the Windows XP era, if you had a Windows 2000 driver, it would work. Just DLT tree. Is that a thing? Hey, what up, awesome one? It's awesome to see you. So I don't think this is going to work, to be honest, but we're going to plug it in and see what happens again. I would really like this to work because I want to do something cool with this. Something cool and practical. Basically, batch photo scanning. So scanning, that's the easy part once you get it working. The hard part is going about scanning, say, multiple pictures at the same time. So you like lay them out on the scanner bed, right? Like you put like almost like a grid, like a bingo board. And so right there, so you plug in the scanner and this comes up. Can't find scanner. You could probe all day, it ain't gonna find it. Now, interestingly, I did notice that it does come up in the device manager under other devices. And it says no drivers are installed for this device, which means we may be able to trick it into working. So I noticed there's a disk 2, disk 3, and yep, these have nothing on them. So these aren't really going to help us. We're going to try 2 magic tricks here. First, we're going to try scanning that folder. All right, that didn't work. Then we're going to go to the folder here. And there is a off chance, or a possibility, that we may be able to. No, that didn't work either. And I know I've done this before AI, so it's not like I need to go and ask AI or, my favorite language model. The shipping is not coming. Well, not today at least. But I will check my inbox and pull your address, print out a mailing label, because I'll lose that Game Boy if I don't ship it soon. You should have just had me send it to you while it was snowing out, man. And again, probably a good thing you didn't, because, I know how these things get lost in shipping. Search Windows update for the driver. Is that going to work? Is that going to work? Adjust active hours to reduce disruption. Dude, this bullshit. This Windows update bullshit. Like, which I don't mind getting updates, but it freaking wakes my computer up. Like, when my computer's off, if I don't turn off the switch on the back of my tower, it'll literally turn on automatically. It's super annoying. All right, do we see anything that says Microtech Scan Maker? Let's see, Garmin. Garmin. What Garmin device? Oh, I guess my watch. Yeah, that'd be my Garmin watch. That be the Android debug interface. Whoa, what is this? Intel Gaussian mixture model. We're gonna look into that later. I don't know why we have an Intel Xeon E3 anything here. Like, yes, I do have a computer on my network that has an Intel Xeon. I may have to look into what the hell Windows is doing on my network because it shouldn't be that aware. I did notice like a few weeks ago, my computer kept making the USB noise, like the dudunk, dudunk, and the reason was it kept detecting my network TV tuner over here, and it was just like it hasn't done it since, but it was really annoying. You're not pulling my leg. You want the Game Boy, and that's understandable. So let's see here. Let's Google it like the old fashioned way, guys. Scan maker. Let's see here. Scan maker 4800. You know, I'm gonna ask Gemini. I take it back. We're gonna ask Gemini. We need to move on to something more fun here, guys. I'm using this time to like make the scanner. Look how yellow this scanner is. Yo, it's not as yellow as it looks on camera, but this is definitely like the combination of UV light making the white plastic turn vanilla or yellow color, as well as the effect of like probably years of my mom smoking around the scanner. This would be in the living room with my mom, so yeah, that thing got like a nice yellow tinge on it. Although it don't look as yellow on the side. I mean, yeah, that's pretty accurate. I tried sealing up the gaps a little bit, hoping to keep dust out of it going forward. But one of the things about these scanners is some of them, they just have openings to let air in, and that's all good and dandy for keeping it cool, but it's not very helpful for keeping dust out. And it's super annoying when you're scanning pictures and you got like a dust mote on the glass because this scanner can resolve the resolution of a piece of dust. Like you get a really detailed piece of dust into that scan. Deltree is an IT joke about wiping someone's computer. Oh yeah. Deltree, duh. It's like typing RMRF slash, you know, some variation of RM slash RF. Like one time on Linux on my server, I typed, "Is it raining?" Yes, it's raining, dude. I was waiting for it to rain yesterday, and it didn't rain. I was so pissed because like once it starts raining, it'll cool down. You know, it gets hot, the ground gets warm, it radiates heat, and my only hope is that the rain would cool down the surrounding air and the ground, and I would just get like a nice cool breeze into here. You know what I mean? And I'm feeling it. Well, not really feeling it yet, but I'm anticipating that it will get cooler soon. Now that I can hear range. Oh yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it cool air. There's a window over here. This is not a mountain here. This is a window. Looks like a mountain. Wait, let's yeah, there we go. There we go. I don't know, trying to simulate me on a mountain. You know how many times I used to do this trick where I throw my phone at the floor and pretend I dropped it down a mountain? I don't know what this is. Oh, that's the wooden board. I gotta clean this. I gotta actually repaint it. Put more green on it. So because this is supposed to be invisible. There's a wooden slab here, and it's green so that it's invisible. I do have a bucket of green paint right over here. I could probably use it, but I don't want to use it without having a means to clean a paintbrush. But what do you guys want to see tonight? You want to see my boobs? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's terrible. I apologize. But no, I'm gonna show you guys some AI generations of Reggie real quick. We do have music, but we don't. I didn't mix the music yet because I simply didn't get around to it yet. But I'm gonna show you guys Reggie dancing like a ballerina. And actually, Snow Shepherd also sent me. Oh, this is great. You guys are gonna love this. Okay, good. We got some cool stuff right here. Right. Hang on. We're gonna hook it up here. I want to get the DaVinci exports. All right. So let's go from the top here. Maybe I should put this on my right monitor so I can see what I'm doing. Or my upper monitor. Put on my upper monitor for now. Here, let me just put that on my upper monitor so I can see what I'm. There we go. All right. Now I can see the chat. So yeah, this is Reggie dancing here. Yes, the chat is blocking. I guess we can move the chat window. Then I gotta turn my drawing tablet back on, and I just I'm doing some basic dance moves and it's multiple sequences. These were done using Tensor.art. I did the image editing through ChatGPT, and unfortunately, I wasted a lot of time not chroma keying it. So I used the Magic Mask in DaVinci, which takes a lot of processing, and that's probably why it was so hot in here yesterday. But what I should have done is made the image in Photoshop with a green background and then animated it. But the reason I didn't trust Gemini or ChatGPT to do, because last time I used AI to like create a chroma key matte, it modified the green background, and I've learned more about how AI works since. So I think I know why it did it and how to prevent that. Or it might not even do it anymore by default. But I could have saved myself a lot of effort. That said, I did get a pretty clean chroma key out of this, although you really can't tell with the white background. Okay, I think we're looping the playlist here. Whoa, that was pretty wild. Oh, it's looping the video. So you guys just saw the same video in a loop so far. Let's go to this one. He's kind of doing the robot. And that's like he does this really graceful like hand motion, and then he transitions to like this. This one's bugged. This one's just insane. Like it glitched out like crazy. Whoa. Here we go. And this is how I borrowed from LCX's design. She has a really cool dancing Nobeta, but you see in this version, the dancing platform moves like a spotlight, which is cool if you're going for the spotlight. I was going for like a dancing platform, sort of like the K-pop dances. But some of the more interesting outputs are the ones here. So we're gonna find one right here. So I tried exporting it using a format called DNxHR. It's sort of like Apple ProRes. So Apple ProRes is like I don't know if it's lossless, but it's a very high quality format that used for video editing and for production work or things of that nature. So if let's say you have like a visual effect with a chroma key, you would do it in DNxHR to ensure that it's not adding any compression artifacts or any weird details to it. Right? It is like Mr. Roboto. And maybe we should borrow Mr. Roboto. So check this one out. This one here, look how trippy that is. He does look very impressive. I gotta say, with legs, now that he's got legs and boots, he does look quite impressive. And like this one is just like this hat. So I don't know. I think when I exported DNxHR, it did some color conversion and made him purple and green. It's pretty insane. I don't even know how this happened, but I couldn't even convert it to a normal video converter. In fact, did I do? I'm trying to remember how I convert. I think I had to use a screen capture. How did I convert it? Did I use Handbrake? Well, either way, I know one of the apps I used, I had to use a different app. I couldn't use Handbrake. I had to use something more advanced to convert it. But it did retain the messed up colors, so that was kind of cool. And let me see if I can find the one that Snow sent me. Of course, I can find the one that Snow sent me. I mean, it's right here. Okay, so maybe it's loud. Okay, yeah. So apparently, it produced like static. I don't know why it did that, but it's cool. You could probably remix it. Maybe if you're trying to give it music at the same time. So actually, if you notice, it did this. It generated him without like the upper part of his trousers. So he's got like this trench coat or this long coat. And what's happening here is I don't know, it happens to me a lot. Like if you look at the Christmas Reggie, you'll see the same thing when I generated the Christmas Reggie on a a sled. or on a on a skateboard rocketing through space, attaching Christmas lights to his train. He doesn't have any covering over his elbows, so his elbows have metal joints, his knees have metal joints. Um, it's just one of these things that a lot of the visual models, image and video generation models, tend to do to Reggie, and there's different ways to prevent that, but it is a thing that tends to reoccur from time to time. So I thought that was pretty cool. Now, what else do I have? Oh no. Okay, good thing I didn't show you that video. Let me see here. 47 women being awful. What the heck? Okay, these are videos I saved from Twitter. 11 labs. Ooh, I wonder what that is. Let's go back to the videos that were sent to me because those are safe. Okay, so robot dances is the other one here. And actually, this I can make into a moonwalk by playing it backwards. So I guess this could be his breakdancing attire because he could probably do a spin on his knee. So I would make the in-universe explanation that his knees are exposed so that it stopped raining. I'm pissed. I hope it rains again. But he could probably use his knees and do like a little 360 spin, and that would justify him having it. I gotta say, Snow did a good job on generating Reggie's head. Like, it's accurate. It's pretty accurate. I mean, I always get variations on the back of the head because most of the time you only see Reggie from the front. So a lot of visual models will kind of take liberties on how to handle the rest of him. Ooh, I have a song here. Oh, that's the font. Yo, Snow sent me a dope font. Speaking of font, let's open up Photoshop so I can show you what we're talking about here. All right, it's loading. Okay, that's not it. That's the picture of Reggie that I made. Let me find the other one. I think it's this one here. Oh yeah, this is it. That's the one that Snow sent me here. And great font. I didn't know she had a full font for that. I thought she just vectorized this part of the image here. AI will make machine noise sometimes for no reason. Perhaps there is a reason. Perhaps it is the mark of the beast. Dun dun dun. I love when people do that. They say like AI has like the beast in it. It's like, dude, it's not how this works. I mean, I guess you can make a large language model that is based on the collective works of I don't know, Satan and his fans. But anyway. Now let me just get something here. Is my desk clean enough to put things on my desk? Sure, why not? Why not? I was looking for the AC adapter for my scanner. I found a miniature computer. So this needs a little cleaning here. Been all over the place, but this is my only Windows 11 computer, and hopefully it'll be the only computer I ever own that has Windows 11 on it. And I owned this so that I could plug it in and test things on it. So if I had to send someone something, I could test it onto this. I could log into it remotely, test it, make sure it works. Or, if someone, like, let's say, calls me and I want to help them out with a technical issue, I can use that to run Windows 11. So I can just log into it. I have a real machine that runs Windows 11, and I can just kind of, work it out. Now, what I would love to do is get this scanner to work, though. But I think I should save that for later. I'm going to unplug the scanner so it doesn't get cooked. There we go. The mark is spiritual, but visible to everyone. Is that like the like when people have a tattoo? Okay, that's not really what that is, right? Let me see if I can find one more cool. Oh, yeah, actually, I do have another cool item. I have it right here. Actually, it's not here. So we do have a new composite of M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. Is this even the one? I don't even know if this might not even be the one. Well, actually, this is a version of it. Yeah, I think this is the one that there we go. And this is a cropped version, and it does have guides on it because I wanted to make sure it lined up. I don't remember the hotkey for that, so we're just gonna turn off. Let's see here. Show control semicolon. Let's try control semicolon. Oh yeah, look at that. It works. And if I do control R, here we go. So it's not the best, but it is somewhat natural in color. We got the dust clouds of the galaxy. We definitely could use more detail here. You'll also notice that up here, we have some dots, and this is pretty easy to remedy now. There's actually two ways to remedy those two dots. The proper way would be to restack the original image composition. Because remember, this picture is comprised of three channels, the red, green, and blue channels. And they are all black and white. See how... In fact, it looks like we had a little misalignment here. So realigning this might make it look a little better. But you can see how each image brings different data to the table. So we have a lot of red data, and frankly, it looks a little blurry. This one's the green data. There's not a lot of green in space, so you get less, brightness, but you do get some details. And then you got blue. But invisible, visible, you said visible. And then we get our composite. So let me double check something here. I want to do an experiment. It looks like it went down. So these are aligned correctly. So it's the blue channel that is not aligned right now. So that means if I could not blah, 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 because the target does not include all of the composite channels. Yeah, I had this problem last time I worked on this. I think what I'm supposed to do is go to this copy of the image here. Same problem. This is exactly why I restacked this image on LCX's show the other day on her show a week ago. Or is it the Saturday before that? I think it was last Saturday. Excuse me. If you ever start yawning, you either need to sleep or drink more water. Apparently, drinking water works sometimes. So with this one here, I think what I'm... Oh, okay, yeah. So we got different versions of this. So we can turn off the adjustment layer. Yeah, I forgot what the trick is. There's a trick to this, but the one way I got through it was by restacking it. Huh, interesting. So it's made the background a little bit grayer, so the background would need more work. Also, I could see that blue channel right there. That blue channel is absolutely misaligned. So definitely don't feel like restacking this right now. But that's the work it's going to involve. Now, I can use the clone stamp or the healing brush to get rid of these red dots. But we should talk about maybe why we have those dots there. We're going to go open up an application on the bottom right screen. Or did it open up my drawing tablet? All right, I'm looking for the missing app. Yeah, water. Like the movie Waterworld with Kevin Costner. Oh. When I yawn, I get a little teary-eyed, and it's like super annoying. And people think you're wiping tears, and you're like, no, no, I'm fine. And they're like, sure you are, sure. No, no, I totally am, man. It's just the wind. Yeah, yeah. It's okay, buddy. All right. So we're logged into the outdoor PC, and basically this picture was taken at negative 15 degrees Celsius, I believe, or negative 10. Well, anyway, when we stack, what we do is we take multiple pictures in each color, red, blue, and green. So there's a setting over here where we pick a filter. You can see it's got red, green, and blue. So we pick the red filter, we take a dozen pictures. We take the green filter, we take a dozen pictures. They're all black and white. And then essentially you go back to the folder containing red pictures. You stack them together, but when you're stacking them using an app like this right over here, so this app has you put the pictures in here, and you can see they look like really washed out over here. You include one dock calibration frame, this picture here. And what that picture looks like in its original form is this. This is what the camera sees when there's no light hitting the sensor. Because these image sensors, they do have defects in the sensor that are going to be, bright and dark spots. And so we use dark calibration frames to subtract out the noise pattern. So if you take like 100 pictures or a dozen pictures like this, you can make a master dark calibration frame. So essentially it'll average the similarities and differences. And after averaging those similarities and differences, you can use this to subtract the noise out of the image stack that you're creating. This over here is called amp glow. So somewhere on the sensor, there's a component that produces this somewhat impressive pattern. And once again, the software will, calibrate it out. It'll say, okay, this needs to be darker. Maybe this needs to be brighter. This needs to be medium dark, etc. So it'll just make it all even. And when I take the pictures, the Astro imaging camera or the software will actually tell the camera to pan up or down a little bit. So in this picture here, you can see, can I scroll up? Yes, I can. These perfect white squares are not stars. So these are what get removed by the calibration frames. But imagine if this white dot landed on top of a star. Would the calibration frame make that star have a random dark spot in it? Like, what would it do? Well, there's different ways to combat that. Obviously, you're using multiple images for your stack, so it knows what stars are a repeating pattern. But every 3 pictures it takes, the software is configured to make the camera pan up or down a little bit. So it'll literally shift it to the side or shift it up and down a little bit so that no pattern lands on the same part of the sensor too many times, and that helps to kind of keep the final stack clean. But tonight it is warmer out. It's not really that warm out anymore, but it is muggy out. The skies look like, kind of hazy. So we might be getting out of astrophotography season. From this point forward, we might get some opportunities to get good images, but really the best I can hope for is, either I do some solar imaging maybe, or I try to think of something else, like maybe do planetary. I don't think planetary imaging is that rewarding on this telescope, to be honest. But let's see what the GOES East satellite says. Yeah, that's New York right here. So you can see New York, Staten Island, Brooklyn, Manhattan's in that little narrow slit up there. The Bronx, Longish Island, Jersey. So good thing I covered my telescope up last night or the night before last night, because if it rained a little bit just now, unfortunately not nearly enough. But this here would, it wouldn't have actually been that bad probably, because I've had it rain on my telescope. A few weeks ago I was having problems with my camera. Oh, I should find that footage. Oh man, I had some cool footage. I had to take apart the optics on my guide scope, and there was water trapped between the lens elements. So maybe we can find a picture taken by someone else. I'm gonna see if someone disassembled the FMA 180. Okay, looks like nobody disassembled this telescope, unfortunately. But maybe we could find an example like what it looks like to disassemble a refractor.
Again, I'm Gazza. Today I acquired this second-hand refractor
Using
telescope. Yeah, it's a
I
Saxon
want
brand,
full
as you can
screen
see,
YouTube. I don't want
and
that
it's
side.
quite a large
view.
aperture, 90 millimeters for a focal
That's a
length
huge
of
ass
910.
R2D2.
The telescope itself is.
Okay, this is an ugly. That's not. I don't mean to make fun of the guy's telescope.
Now, when I
Of course
read
it's
the
an okay
instru-
telescope, but this is not what I was expecting. He's doing maintenance on the mount. I don't think we're gonna find what we're looking for today. Let's see here. Lens elements. Oh, here we are. We got different people disassembling various optical instruments here. We'll check those out. But ultimately, I think we're just going to go with these visual aid images here. So basically, on a telescope, you'll have like a group of lenses. Not quite like this, but sometimes you'll have like a front lens that's flat on one side and curved on the other side. And then directly behind it, you might have another lens with a little spacer. On my telescope, at least, there's a spacer ring. So there's basically an air gap between the lens elements. And it was very bizarre because I took apart this lens, and I even found when I took apart this the telescope that had water trapped in it, I even had a lens that was shaped like this. Like it was literally like curved inward on both sides, which I've never handled before, but it was pretty it was kind of interesting. Maybe not that interesting. But I was pleased to clean it because sometimes with lenses you'll get dust inside of them, so it is really nice to get inside of there and give it a nice cleaning. That's an old one. Now, I think Celestron Power Star. Ooh, okay, so that's a
And metric
that's like a
threads.
90s or 80s model kind of.
So what that means,
Oh, he's doing the mount. That's boring.
variant assembly.
I'm going to show you my pictures. I know I have them on a network drive. I can't find a run box. Oh, I'm on the wrong computer. Yeah, I'm using the find. Hey, what up, Low Spec Linux Gaming is on the Rumble. Good to see you, man. Let's put a turtle emoji up real quick with the little siren thing, because I think the green siren and the turtle look great on this screen. See, look at that. Got them right over there. But yeah, Crazy Horse says, I would have been in that dumpster. No shame. People sometimes throw out the best things because they don't know how to use it. Yo, seriously, and maybe that's why I have a lot of junk that I need to either dispose of or organize. But I mean, that's how I got like the majority of my first computers. And occasionally I get parts that way. Not so much anymore. When I worked at Best Buy, they started doing the e-waste recycling thing. Hell, I was when I worked at Staples, I was literally jumping in the dumpster. Not in the dumpster, in the Gaylord. Yes, that's a Gaylord is a big cardboard box. Yeah, I'm gonna look up what a Gaylord is. They literally call. I remember I used the word Gaylord, and someone goes, "Can confirm, I worked in a box factory." Look, these are literally called Gaylords. That apparently they don't call them Gaylords. Here we are, a wall Gaylord. See, look, it's a Gaylord. It's just the name of it, but it's a funny name, obviously. But um, it's like a double. Usually, it's a double walled cardboard, like double corrugated box. And I was climbing in one of these when I worked at Stables, pulling towers out and trying to see which ones had parts that were worthwhile. Ooh, a Meade 4.5-inch refractor. Let's see if we can get a Yeah, look at that. They got one on eBay. Okay, that's not a refractor. They call that. That says. Does that say reflector? It better say reflector somewhere. This is a refractor right over here. But 4.5 inches is pretty beefy, actually. So yeah, as you were saying, my first telescope was a Meade 4.5-inch refractor. Couldn't see shit, but it did pique my interest. Yeah, my first time using a telescope was a Bushnell, almost similar to this one here. And my friend lent me his telescope, and I used it for a while, and then I tried realigning the mirror and had trouble with it. And then he took it back, and then his stepdad got mad and like thrashed it like real hard. And then that was the end of that telescope. But at the time, I didn't fully understand how this part worked. I absolutely should not have touched the screws on the edge over here. I think I was trying to get it to give me a clearer image. But basically, the light comes in, hits the mirror in the back, forms a cone of light, bounces off of this here. This actually has a mirror at a 45-degree angle. And then essentially when you use an eyepiece, you're magnifying whatever is on that little mirror that's coming from this here. And these obstructions, because everything is like out of focus when it's so close, these obstructions don't block the image or create any shadow. They just kind of reduce the amount of light that enters the actual telescope. It's mainly the job of any telescope is to give you an aperture to allow light. And heck, even this part of the thing, I guess, blocks some of the light, I guess, huh? But at the time, what I could see on my friend's telescope, it was the first time I saw Jupiter and Saturn. So I did observe Jupiter on a camcorder, and you can kind of see the moons of Jupiter ever so slightly. But it was on this type of telescope where you can actually see a more distinct cloud pattern, the big red spot, somewhat. And then Saturn, it wasn't perfect, but I mean, it looked like Saturn. Like, let's see here. Let's see if we get like Saturn on basic telescope, just to give you an idea of like what you can expect. So I'd say and especially when you're in New York, you're in a light polluted environment, planets are going to be your best bet. Like and this is actually surprisingly good, and it does look that good on these. Like on my current telescope, yeah, Saturn looks like that. And what's crazy is even though my current telescope doesn't have a whole lot of magnification, it has like tack sharp optics. Everything's super bright. This is more consistent with how Saturn looked on the first telescope I looked through. Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. And Reddit is so lame. Let me save that picture because Reddit is super annoying about like when you try to open a picture in a new tab, they got some I don't know how they do it. When you click open image in new tab, they still have the Reddit stuff bordering around the edge of the screen. All right. Oh, we got to center it. But it doesn't look pixelated, obviously, but it looks kind of like this. But I would say it looks more like a Trivio with like a tanned color spot in the middle. Or like, yeah, it looks kind of like a Trivio or oval shaped Trivio with a tan color spot in the middle. But it looked a little better than this on. Oh, yeah. This is an AI generated picture of the bear that was in the Czechoslovakian army during World War II. This really happened. The Polish or the Czech, I think it was the Czechs. They adopted a bear, and then they took him with them to war, and they would play with him. He would smoke, he would drink with them, he would like box with the soldiers for fun, and during a major battle, he would help carry like heavy crates of ammunition to the cannon. Like he would like carry them over to the cannon and help them out, which is like batshit insane. Oh man, that was classic. That was so cool. Yeah, that's how the upper mirror works. They call it the secondary mirror, and the mirror in the back is the primary. On your telescope, if yours was the 4.5 inch, did you say refractor or did I make that up? Yeah, you said refractor. Unless you meant reflector, because I used to think a reflector was a refractor. Let's see what a 4.5 inch Meade reflecting telescope looks like, because it isn't uncommon. Like I literally thought this was a refractor when I was like not into this hobby. So yours didn't look like this, right? If it looked like this is a reflector. I mean, yeah, this is a reflector, or a Newtonian reflector, or a reflecting telescope. Whereas a refractor, in fact, I don't think it was I could be wrong, but reason I don't think it was a 4.5 inch refractor is because actually maybe let me see. Well, this one here don't look like a 4.5 inch to begin with. 800 millimeter. 60 millimeter aperture. Okay, so 60 millimeter aperture is not 4.5 inches, obviously. 120 millimeter is like, dang it, I got to do number conversions. Let's do the number conversion. 120 millimeter to inches. Oh yeah, it's about 4.7 inches. Okay, I guess that could. Okay, so the Celestron semi entry level refractor is 449 apparently right now. Although that doesn't reflect what they would have cost. Oh, okay, reflected. Yeah, no, I did the same thing. I used to call it I used to call refractors I used to call reflectors refractors a long time ago. So I mean, I don't know. Like a reflecting telescope looks weird, and the word refractor sounds weird. So I just figure, hey, we got a link from a robot on Rumble. I want to click on it, but I'm totally not gonna. Should I moderate that? I should probably moderate that. Are you a moderator, low spec? You should be a moderator. I would make you a moderator if I knew how to. I guess I should just like, you know, hmm. Yeah, let's just get rid of Supergirl. Supergirl High IQ has given us a link that I don't trust. At least introduce yourself and say, "Hi, chat. I'm Supergirl. I am super Christian and want to share this link with the gift of God in it." And then maybe we check that shit out. 114 millimeter. All right. All right. That'd be cool. 114 millimeter. What is 114 millimeter to inches anyway? It's like 4.5. It's the same thing. That's the same thing. But let's see if we can get Let's see if we can find it. Meade one. You said 114 millimeter refractor. No wait, reflector. I was just gonna write the word telescope and let Google figure out what type of telescope it is. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty slick looking, if you ask me. Obviously, some of these are the more modern, semi-modern computerized telescopes. They have the little hand controller. It's made by basically the same company. The hand controllers is like a company in China called Sinta, and they basically make all of the hand controllers that look like that nowadays. And with a 4-inch refractor, you know, it's limited, but it's serviceable. The biggest problem with any reflecting telescope I find is when you have to mess around with the mirror and realign it. Okay, so I'll figure it out. So I can go to some dashboard. I have one, but I don't remember what I did. you know, yeah, but the dashboard makes sense. Yeah, so it's not necessarily going to be in the same place as YouTube. Thanks, Low Spec Linux Gaming. That's Low Spec Linux Gaming. Some people call him Jeff, and he plays games. Well, he does a lot of things, and I tried clicking on his name just now. We should go find him on Rumble real quick so that I can drop his link because it is nice to see him today. He might even be streaming right now. See, look at that. He comes up on the autocomplete on Rumble. You just type in part of his name. He comes right up, man. That's pretty cool. He used to be Low Spec Linux Laptop, but he's now Low Spec Linux Gaming because apparently he has a battle station. He has a straight up battle station now. Like, thing looks like something that is in the back of a submarine when you got the big trackball mouse. But I digress. But let's look up my telescope. Skywatcher Esprit 100 ED. Apochromatic refractor. All right. I must have misspelled it. I think I misspelled it. It's supposed to be ED100. It is Esprit. Esprit Decor. Did they take it down from here? Or did they have, what is this? EDX 100. Did they like rename these? They might have renamed the product line. I want to see the old Esprit ED 100. I don't want to see the new one. Oh, that looks cool. We're going to look at that mini graph in a minute. I want to see what the hell a mini graph is. See, I was really hoping to see this just to show you how much more it cost than before, because last time I checked, it was definitely... Why is this so much cheaper? My telescope was selling for like $3,200. I paid $2,500 for it. And then I saw my telescope for like $3,500 or $3,200 on this website. And now, instead of carrying the one that they were selling for an increased price that's the same as what I already have, they're selling an EDX. And I have a funny feeling that X does not mean better. I have a feeling EDX is like, we found a way to make this less expensive to produce. Although I gotta say, it's got a nice little handle on it. I don't recall my telescope coming with a handle. I mean, I attached my own. They did something to this to make it cheaper. I mean, the rings are the same. The handle looks kind of new. The dovetail plate is the same dovetail plate. I immediately replaced this out of the starting gate. Like I didn't even use the dovetail plate. I got like a long aluminum plate that goes like the full length of the telescope and back. So I can mount extra equipment to it, and I can kind of balance the mount. Besides, the back of the telescope is heavy, so you need to slide it up or down on the rails. It does still come with this big-ass box. This box actually has, like 9, like, what do you call it? You know the blue ball that you play tennis with? What do they call those? It has, like, 9 blue balls in there. It's got 9 bouncy balls in here. And that's just to protect the telescope. And I guess they figured out it's cheaper to just get a bunch of rubber blue balls than it is to, do something else, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. But what the hell is different about this telescope? I'm about to ask Reggie. Should we ask Reggie? As a revitalization of one of the premier telescope series of Skywatcher, the Esprit EDX Super Apochromatic Refractor Triplet line delivers incredible, sharp, dedicated views of your favorite space objects. What about my least favorite space objects? Are they saying it doesn't deliver pictures? See, that's the thing. That's why it's inferior. It does not give you pictures of your least favorite objects, only your favorite ones. How does it know what your favorite objects are? 3 internal lens elements correct the incoming light to build quality, prime optics, and versatility. The Skywatcher Esprit EDX 100 Super APO, you said that already. Why are you repeating the name? Triple is a perfect tool for imaging the cosmos. It is a very good tool for imaging the cosmos, but I want to know what's missing here. I want to know what they changed here. Did they use crappier materials? Like, I think I have a hunch. I'm looking at this. I'm like, I'm seeing this green ring back here. And this green ring either denotes it's better or worse. The top of the line Esprit EDX delivers performance on par with telescopes costing thousands of dollars more. The 3 air-spaced optical elements deliver... Wait a second, where's the field flattener? Did I figure out what's missing yet? I think I might have. Maybe not. As well as impressive light transmission with the multiple layers of lens coating. Skywatch exclusive linear rack and pinion focusing. Rack and pinion, I thought it was a Crayford focuser. Is that what they changed? To get ready for a night of astronomy, Skywatch includes numerous accessories such as a padded carrying case, 2 rings, and a dovetail plate for use right out of the box. So let's see here. Next generation blah blah blah. Force color is completely eliminated with the triplet design, including the FPL 53 erectile dysfunction glass. ED glass. I'm sorry. Glass element. Now, interestingly, there's a company called Takahashi, and they use a fluorite lens, and fluorite lens has a bit of a greenish color to it, but it's super breakable, apparently. It's not super breakable, but you got to take care not to chip it. I got tired of burning up laptops. Yeah, probably is the cheapest. That's why you stopped using laptops. You got tired of burning out. Yo, laptops are insane low spec. So that's another topic, but my God, like, yeah, my laptop that I use like for work and that I bring with me wherever I go, whenever I need a laptop, it's like it packs a lot of power in a very tiny size, but it is insane, like how much energy that CPU can use and how much heat it dissipates. Like, I'm thinking about cutting a hole in the bottom of the computer and making a attachment point for like a water block so that I can like water cool it when I'm like outside. Like, just put it on a table, hook a pump up to it, and liquid cool it because like it's super sketchy how hot that thing gets, and it's like it's just you know basic engineering. You put that much power draw inside something that small, the heat has to go somewhere. If rack and pinion was metal, it's plastic now. Or yeah, like I mean, like I want to get a comparison here. Like, let's see here. We're gonna ask Reggie. What is it? Reggie, get your butt here. Get your butt here. Get your metal butt here, Reggie. Okay, so I'm gonna spell this out. I'm not gonna type this. I'm gonna spell out. I want to figure out how the Skywatcher Esprit 100 ED 100. Wait, is it 100 ED or ED 100? See, I already mixed it up. Differs from the Esprit 100 EDX. Let me make sure I spelled that right, and we'll get right back to the chat. EDX 100. See, Esprit 100. Okay, it's ED 100. Okay, so there we go. Okay, we call Reggie up. We summoned Reggie. Our boy Reggie's coming to save us. The funny, what did I lost? I lost low spec Linux chat. Here we go. I got low spec on my screen again. Ooh, and I think my search results came up. Did they? That folder is empty. I'm going to find Dell G8 motherboard. Right, I'm gonna totally open up a. Okay, oh, that's my laptop. Oh yeah, here's my laptop specs. I found it by accident. See, Intel Core i5. No, that's not my laptop. Don't know whose laptop that is. It's not mine. Right. Oh, I found the pictures I was looking for. Oh, I got a real treat for you guys. I got some telescope prawn here for you guys in a second. Yeah, I got telescope prawn. Mm-hmm. We'll play some saxophone music with that. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I'm sorry. This is why I do have a song in the lineup. We're gonna mix it with the Reggie dancing video, so don't worry. We'll have that soon. I promise you. Ooh, we got Restream Bot 4225. Hello, Restream Bot 4225. I believe that's actually the Restream Bot. It relays messages from Rumble to us. So anytime Low Spec Linux Gaming is talking, Restream Bot intercedes and forwards the message to YouTube so that you guys. And you know what's wait, I just noticed something. The Restream Bot is not forwarding messages from YouTube to Rumble. Well, that's why I have them on the screen. So, you can see that stuff, Jeff, if need to. But if anybody addresses Jeff, ding me, and I will make sure I read your message to him. This is the legendary Low Spec Linux Gaming. Ooh, Miku Yonezawa. Yeah, you got that stuff from the great land of the rising sun. Is that the chick? Yeah. Okay, that girl. Oh, look at that. We even have a saxophone here. I will investigate using her music without getting copyright claimed. Maybe she's one of those hippies who do royalty free. ScrewTube exploitation ghetto. More streaming on YouTube. No more streaming on YouTube for you. Oh, okay. I got tired of burning up laptops. Oh yeah, I read an old message here. Laptops are just not for gaming and streaming. That's the thing. So I've met so many people who buy a laptop and like, it must be a gaming laptop, and it's like, bruh. Yes, you can run games on a laptop. Oh, hey, Snow, I showed the dance video you made of Reggie earlier, and I discussed, of course, Snow, how his knees are exposed So that the universe explanation is he could break dance on his knees. I don't know if you can see the drawing tablet. I'm simulating Reggie spinning on his knees. But yes, and I played the moonwalk video where he's walking forward, but I explained we could play that backwards. And then I just gotta find the two songs. Actually, I have them in Discord. The songs that L sent me a while ago, so that we can you know, figure out an opening or something. I want okay, so like LCX has this dope thing where she got like either Nagi herself or Nobeta dancing, and it's just like playing anime music of possibly something made on Suno, and it just says loading. And it's like, that's perfect right there. Like, you don't need an opening. You just need it to literally say loading. So now it's like, well, is it loading or is this guy just stalling for time? So I could literally start my show, go to the bathroom, and it would just say loading. And it would play some music and have some Reggie dancing. And then I could come back with like a snack, a beverage, and just kind of settle in. And then technically I would be starting my show on time. I still didn't show Joseph Foster's book yet, man. I might have to do that next week. I'm going to pull out Joey's book either way, but I'm going to read some of his book. So we'll give a little glimpse at Joey's book. I'm going to read we're going to read the synopsis from his book. And then after I read it a little more, I'll actually be able to review some of that. When they copyright claimed me for the title screen of Tainted Grail for all of Avalon, that was my last straw. It's wonderful to leave the ScrewTube exploitation ghetto. I hope I don't get like blacklisted for saying that. I don't care. I'm just messing with you. But let's get back to the chat. I know Crazy Horse said something cool a moment ago, I think. Yep. The funny part is I took the tripod and the mount from my first telescope and made a homemade barn door tracker. Yeah, I think you mentioned that. Barn door tracker for my camera. So I discarded the telescope for the camera and tracker. Huh. Barn door tracker. I remember reading about this. Let me see. Barn door tracker. I want to see like an example of one. Damn, you built one of these? Jeez. No, I'm kidding. I know that's not what you built. I'm just messing around. Don Petite. He don't look very... He looks kind of petite, I guess. Yeah, I guess he's a petite astronomer. That's a dope camera, jokes aside. I don't know what... That looks like a big-ass observatory. Yep, this looks like it. So you put like a hinge over here. And then I believe you angle this based on your Polaris position, if I remember correctly. It's sort of like building an equatorial wedge. And then this part spins. And then the idea is that as the Earth rotates, this rotates. So this is good for visual astronomy because it keeps the target in the center of your view. It's not as useful for astrophotography, so it's not quite like a wedge because for astrophotography, the whatever you're tracking, when you use a barn door tracker, the object is going to rotate like this, which isn't a problem. If you're looking at Jupiter, who cares if it's upside down if you're looking at it? As long as it stays in the center of the frame while you're looking at the eyepiece, that's all that matters because it's a lot more convenient. When you first get into astronomy and you don't have a tracker, the first thing you notice as you start magnifying the image is the object like panning through the image. And you have to constantly like nudge it to keep it in the frame the more you zoom in on it. And so if you're able to just, automatically, some telescopes, they have like a thing you turn by hand and it kind of continuously, you can track it by hand by turning a thing. That's pretty easy. Or you can attach a motor to that part of the telescope and then that's pretty cool too. My current equatorial mount, that one has obviously, a little more intricate, but not much more intricate. It's like one of these. But essentially, there's a motor that instructs this thing to keep spinning. Oh my god, I paid $1,600 for this. I paid like 7 years ago. $1,600. Now it's $2,250. It's almost as much as it cost me to visit the dentist. But jokes aside, yeah, so I eliminated the hand controller. I directly hook it up to a serial cable now. The payload is massive on it. It's tremendous. It's the most tremendous payload. Donald J. Trump endorses this. I'm sorry, I just do my Trump impersonation. But yeah, the barn door track is interesting. So that's why this thing is so weirdly designed. By rotating the way it does, it rotates the frame so that as it's tracking the target, it rotates with the target. As long as this black dot is facing near Polaris or the area of the celestial North Pole. If it isn't, that's a whole other story. So this is the telescope I had to take apart. So this is my first telescope. This is what do you call it? A Celestron C8, and we are going to get answers from Reggie. In fact, we should get Reggie to generate this speech right now. Oh my God, it's a long message. All right, Reggie, we'll put you to work, buddy. We got you, buddy. All right, Reggie. Generate. Did Loot Gamer overrated pro say some ICC, International Criminal Court? When they
This is one of those cases where the name change looks minor, but it actually reflects a revision of the same scope line, not a completely different optical design. The two scopes, original Esprit 100 updated Esprit 100X. Optics, essentially the same, both are 100 μm f 5.5 triplet APO refractors. Image quality is basically identical. Focuser upgrade. This is the main reason the EDX exists. Full frame sensors, filter wheels, OH heavy cameras translation for your setup. If you're hanging a Kit 294 wheel OH, improved rotator feel and locking slightly updated tube rings dovetail hardware. Packaging generation shift. The Ed version is largely discontinued Skywatcher. Quick comparison feature Esprit 100 at Esprit 100X. 100X. Focal length 550 mega 5.5. Same field flattener. Included Focuser 3RP, 3.4 upgraded key difference imaging load, handling good better less flex tilt production status, discontinued current model. If you already own an ED, you're not missing optical performance, just watch for tilt and flex under load. If choosing between them, EDX is the safer astrophotography platform, especially if you scale up bigger sensor, reducer, etc. Simple takeaway: ED optics focused value, older EDX same optics, better mechanics, newer, more robust. If you want, from the EDX Focuser, or if you're already within safe limits, ITTPs, www.skywatcherusa.com collections.
But I don't know, does that interest anyone, or is that something that just feels like a or is that an idea that doesn't do it for a lot of people? Because obviously, the people must speak, like they do in the Roman Empire or some bullshit like that. So yeah, let me know. But otherwise, I put out a poll, and I'll go by the poll results to gauge the interest in. Because I want to do either K-pop Demon Hunters, and what was the other one? I had two other things in my memory. I can't remember them right now. Damn it, I can't remember. It'll come back to me. But pretty much, or we could just I had a couple of ideas. I keep bringing up Cosme as a means because everything you can't play on YouTube, you play on Cosme. So what sometimes people do is they'll play a movie trailer, but they'll say, go to Cosme, and then they'll watch the movie trailer on another platform while the commentary occurs here. Now, I generally don't like when people do watch parties, and they basically have a YouTube stream up, and then they're watching a movie on another platform like Cosme, but they don't really say anything. So what I would do is, I think I would give you guys commentary on the YouTube side, so if you didn't want to go to Cosme, I would give you guys occasional screenshots and a description. So that's kind of what I would do. Ooh, we do have an answer. Just finished Infocom Enchanter under the new text adventure in vinyl format. Ooh, yeah. I remember you played Zork. You guys know about Zork? Yeah. I only knew about Zork because I learned about it in a documentary about bulletin board systems, and I found out it existed on mainframes. But I never played Zork. I should try Zork out one of these days. It looked interesting when Jeff was playing it. Yep, was limited to 60 seconds. That's hard. Yeah, so that's the thing. So usually what I'll do is when I play videos that are copyrighted, I'll keep the YouTube Studio open on my left screen, and I'll look at stream health. And this will tell you immediately if you're getting picked up for some kind of copyright thing, and then you can kind of pause whatever you're watching or figure out what you're going to do and why am I animated. We'll minimize that. Well, let's see what else we have on here. Yeah, so this is the primary mirror, and this part got bent because I had a motorized focuser, and the way it worked was you would have to like you have to run it for like 5 minutes to like find out the limit to its travel, and when the motor stopped moving, you would tell it to manually stop. But if you weren't there to stop it from moving, the motor would keep pushing, and it bent this pin. So I fixed it, but it was super annoying. And then the mirror had dust on it, so I figured I'd clean it. I took it out and cleaned it while I was at it. This is the back of the telescope, so this is where the eyepiece would go, and then the mirror would fill up this space, and the knob would go here for focusing on the mechanism. And the reason I have tape here is because I actually had to use epoxy. I retrofitted. I put a fine focuser. It had like 2 knobs on it. Oh yeah, this is my backup mount. This is not my good telescope. This used to be my guide scope. So this is the scope that I used to mount on the back of the big orange telescope for auto guiding. Because that telescope had so much zoom it needed a big scope. That's the filter wheel. That's the camera. There's the mirror. Is this just a loop? Let's see if I can find a video. And let's get Reggie's words real quick. Reggie, what is the difference again between those 2 telescopes?
This is one of those cases where the name change looks minor, but it actually reflects a revision of the same scope line, not a completely different optical design. The 2 scopes, original Esprit 100 updated Esprit 100X. Optics, essentially the same, both are 100 mm f5.5 triplet APO refractors. Image quality is basically identical. Focuser upgrade, this is the main reason the EDX exists. Full-frame sensors, filter wheels, OH heavy cameras translation for your setup. If you're hanging a kit to a 94 wheel OEG, improved rotator feel and locking, slightly updated tube rings, dovetail hardware, packaging generation shift. The ED version is largely discontinued. Skywatcher, quick comparison feature, Esprit 100 Esprit 100X, 100X, focal length 550 mega 5.5, same field flattener, included focuser 3RP, 3.4 upgraded key difference, imaging load. Handling good, better, less, flex tilt, production status, discontinued current model. If you already own an ED, you're not missing optical performance. Just watch for tilt and flex under load. If choosing between them, EDX is the safer astrophotography platform, especially if you scale up bigger sensor, reducer, etc. Simple takeaway: ED optics focused value. Older EDX, same optics, better mechanics, newer, more robust. If you want, from the EDX focuser, or if you're already within safe limits. ITTPs.
So basically, I figured out the answer. Also, this is interesting, guys. Take a look at what it says here. Why is it suddenly... Oh, that's a different scanner. That's not the right scanner. Never mind, I got excited. I thought it detected my scanner, but it's not plugged in. I still got to mess with that. All right. Well, anyway, what is... So, what does it say? What the official specs say. This confirms the newer EDX Skywatcher explicitly states that the field flattener is optional. That explains everything. So this doesn't really clearly show you what a field flattener is, so hang on. So basically, when I bought this telescope, it came with like this $200 piece of kit here. I don't know if they don't. I wonder if they didn't. Or maybe they might not have always came with these. But let me see. I gotta explain what it does too. Because obviously it may not be obvious by name what a field flattener does. So this is like a piece of optical glass that I have attached to my telescope. So this came with the telescope I bought, but it was like a $200 and something accessory. And basically, how do I phrase it? So when you look through a normal refractor telescope, the light is coming in a curved pattern kind of. So the back of your eyes are curved. The back of your eyes are curved. So the light kind of like lands properly on the back of your eye. When you're dealing with a camera, you got a flat square like this. This would be like a square of an image sensor. So now you imagine the middle might be in focus, but the edges, because the light is coming in a curve like this, almost like fanning out, the edges tend to be out of focus, or the corners tend to be a little bit messed up. So a field flattener basically has corrective optics in it. It'll have sometimes more than one lens element, more than one piece of glass in different shapes, in order to bend and correct the light to make it kind of like properly land on a flat image sensor, which, you know, an image sensor will look like a lot of things. But here's like a basic example of an image sensor. It looks a bit like a rainbow. Sometimes they're color, sometimes they're black and white. But the gist of it is you have a chip with a light sensitive region on it. Much like photographic film, it's flat. And a field flattener will kind of, let me see if we got a picture of it. Oh, that's cool. So this is showing a corner of a picture, and you can see without the field flattener, the stars are kind of stretched out. Now, sometimes you can just crop the image, but when you spend good money on a telescope, you might as well have the light land on it perfectly, you know? So essentially in this example, the flattener lens extension tube, and then this makes the light hit the sensor flatly. And then this is a more fancy setup with a filter wheel. This is an older setup here. But the bottom line is apparently that's not included anymore. So that's the key difference. That explains a lot. So the focuser might be better, but they decided not to include the field flattener. So you basically have to pay another $230, which isn't bad. But I'll tell you, it's brutal when you're buying astronomy equipment and it's either on pre-order or it's in back order. And I've had things that I had to wait for like a month. I once waited like 6 months to get a filter. Might have waited longer than 6 months. I might have waited for the better part of the year. I might have waited throughout the pandemic to get my O3 ionized oxygen filter for my telescope. How do field flatteners work? Ooh, a cloudy nights post. These are great. I don't know how field flatteners work. Why are you telling us to answer? But I do know the high-end scopes tend to have field flatteners built specifically for them. Astrophotography, for example, Astrophysics makes rather expensive field flatteners for the AP160. The distance from the flattener to the film CCD has to be within a very tight margin. Yes, when you attach like the field flattener, the camera cannot be too close or too far. So I actually had to get like little aluminum rings that would precisely push the distance back by like 1 millimeter at a time or 2 millimeters at a time to get like precise distancing. So I think I bought like a 20 millimeter or 30 millimeter tube and like a 2 millimeter ring. And that was like, that gave me the back focus that I needed for it. I think I needed something like 53 millimeters of back focus or some BS like that. But yeah, that took some doing when I was still learning the hobby. Yeah, it could be hard to keep it down to 60 seconds. And, you know, some people they'll pause, they'll talk, and they'll resume the video. But it's kind of hard to really get into something when you got to pause it. So I can see the appeal of doing things on different platforms. I start Infocom Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Tuesday, starting with Styx Mr. Roboto vinyl. Ooh. So you playing that straight up on the vinyl? What do you got? You got an audio interface, Jeff? What are you playing that on? Like, I mean, I'm sure any vinyl is better than no vinyl, right? Like, I'm sure it doesn't have to be a Tektronix super duper with a what is that one called? There was a cool audio interface. This Japanese guy, so he had a dope audio interface. It was like a Motu M4 audio interface, and it just did a good job. I might have a video here. Oh, that's cool. I do have a video here. It's only for fans of this channel. But get it? Only fans. Oh, I see. I'm cleaning the lens. I see what I'm doing here. I'm being real gentle with it. Yeah, so in this clip here, I'm cleaning the mirror on the old telescope. Let me see if I can find my Reddit post. Celestron C8 chipped secondary mirror. I guarantee you, oh shoot, yeah, I think I found my, it's not a Reddit post, it's a cloud. Yep, I found my own post. I love when I find my own internet posts. So yeah, that's me gently wiping the dust with a microfiber cloth. That's the lady whose music I gotta check out. And this is my Cloudy Nights post. Should I read it or should Reggie read it? Can Reggie read this, or should I train an AI voice to read it in my voice instead of me reading it? I'll read the post. It's my post, right? So I kind of got to read it, right? Sherwood amp. Ooh, a Sherwood amp and turntable. But I just let the blue snowball pick it up. Ah, okay. So you just got the, yeah, you're just doing direct pickup, which I mean, the sound on both of those are pretty good. Not everyone is sensitive to stereo. And frankly, it's got that, like, you know, semi lo-fi sound. It's probably better than lo-fi. But, you know, this entire playlist of video on YouTube called lo-fi beats, right? That's a whole sub-genre that's kind of popular. So I should read this, right, guys? Reggie shouldn't read it. I mean, we could have Reggie read it if you want. I'm lazy like that. No, I'll read it. The other night, I was attempting to dial in the collimation with Bob's knobs. That's an accessory that you mount to the front of the telescope so that you don't have to use a flathead screwdriver. Lately, Jupiter has been in my eastern sky, and I don't want to miss an opportunity to image it under these ideal conditions. The mirror was really off center, and when you look through the back with no eyepiece, it was clearly leaning to one side, almost like a waxing gibbous shape, instead of a circle. At one point, I attached a camera. In the past, this sometimes worked out well because I could look at my screen while standing in front of the optical tube assembly. However, this time something went wrong. Like I said, I tried man things. Okay, that's a typo. I tried many things. Okay, I definitely didn't. I mean, I did try man things. Because in a moment, you're going to see I did, because I tried to brute force this thing. So I guess this typo is kind of true. I loosened and tightened the neighboring screws. Loosen one, tighten the next one a little, and do the same as you go around. So basically, with this type of telescope, there's 3 screws. I think we need to get a picture of that. Wait, is this the same post? Oh my god, I have a second post that's just like this. So apparently I posted about this. Oh my god, it's a picture of my telescope. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the Reddit post. I think there's going to be pictures in here. I think there's going to be pictures of what we're talking about. I think we actually got illustrations to go with this. Okay, so let's see. Loosen one, tighten the other, etc. As I was tightening one of the screws, I hear a clink and a rattle. I literally heard the telescope go clink. It made like a high-pitched clink. And I heard like a little rattling sound, like something was falling, like a loose screw. But it wasn't. I knew already the clinking sound was glass. I know what glass sounds like when it breaks on its own. Well, when it breaks under force. So I take my light and I inspect the tube. At first I didn't see anything but minor shards of glass at the edge of the tube. Then I took a look at the reflection of the secondary mirror, and that's when I saw the chip near the edge. Near on the edge. That's how I typed it, so I'm just reading it verbatim. Anyway, I digress. I was already entertaining the idea of buying a new Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, but I figured why be wasteful if this one is still serviceable? Now I'm really leaning towards the replacement, but I have concerns that Jupiter and Saturn will go out of season by the time I have a new telescope. Yeah, that's a real issue. That is a real issue, that a target will go out of season, so to speak. And so I also bought a laser collimator for $600. So next time I get a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, I have a laser collimator to properly tune it. Unfortunately, I might still be able to fix this telescope, oddly enough. This original telescope. What I loved about my C8 was its high focal length. When looking at the moon and imaging the planets, it even did good with some galaxy star clusters and deep sky objects, although success was fleeting with the exception of M42, the Great Orion Galaxy, Great Orion Nebula. That said, I didn't add a moon and sky glow filter to my imaging train until last summer. On my I already have the 100. Okay, on my 100 millimeter apochromatic refractor, I have a moon and sky glow filter mounted behind the field flattener and in front of the filter wheel. I suspect I would have more success on my CA if I had this sort of filter configuration. So basically, when I started this hobby, I did it on a difficult telescope. This type of telescope, very difficult to get started on. And frankly, it puts hair on your chest. And then after that, I went with a telescope that had less magnification, but more expensive optics. So it was kind of a mixed bag. And I'd say it was a win-win, but definitely do miss the planetary views this telescope gave me. Bottom line, I damaged the mirror, and I'm not even sure, but I suspect I merely over-tightened it. I plan to do an internal inspection. That's what you saw in the video where I took apart the telescope and removed the mirror. I've removed the central obstruction from the corrector before, but I've never removed the secondary mirror from the holder. This time around, I will disassemble the entire piece since I have nothing to lose. A closer look should shed some insight on the offending pressure point. Assuming it is beyond repair, can it be used for anything else? Daylight spotting scope? Do? What is do? What does do mean? It means something. It's an acronym for something. Damn it, I can't remember what it means. Potato cooker? Parts for other people? Maybe there's another vintage CA owner who needs parts. Maybe they could sell me some parts. Photo description. 2 out of 3 pictures show the reflection on the secondary mirror. The last photo is for reference. Also, I'm sort of padding this OTA on the side. What? As I say, oh, I see. I'm also sort of padding the OTA on the side as I say, rest in peace, my friend. I really loved so much about this telescope, but maybe it really is time to move on. Honestly, the more I learn about telescopes, I'm going to show you guys a video in a moment that's absolutely hilarious that proves that this might not be beyond hope. So that's the piece of missing glass. It looks huge because of the magnification factor on the mirror. There's the primary mirror in the back of the tube, and that's showing the secondary mirror on the front of the tube. And then the chipped glass is right behind this black thing. So the central obstruction is where the mirror is, and we're kind of looking at the reflection of it on the back of the big tube. So he's right. Do a star test before you make a decision. So what I'm gonna do is basically I'm gonna do some work on this telescope at some point and replace the materials. Like there's probably some rubber or cork in there, and I could probably figure something out. What if we got more pictures of this broken telescope? Oh, that's interesting. Someone printed a secondary mirror support on Thingiverse. So you can 3D print that. I guess it may be for an older model or a newer model. I'm not sure if this would actually be useful, but it's interesting. Getting a bit burned out with viewing. So I'm so close to major city with viewing DSOs only. Guys, I'm so close. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by, Einstein. Getting a bit burned out with viewing. I'm so close to a major city. Viewing deep sky objects only gets so good. I'm also no wide views of skies. I see. Also no wide views of skies. Any tips for staying motivated to dragging out the scope? So this is how I do it. Great question, my friend. Oh. Do I have a picture? Okay, hold on. Sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? So I can answer your question. I don't know. Basically, okay, the short answer is let me see if I can find this first of all. Okay, so I gotta find this. Okay, so TG365 cover, Esprit 100ED. Let me see here. Where do I have a picture of my telescope in the cover? I need to find a picture of my telescope with the cover on it. So I'll give you the short answer. So I don't drag my telescope. I don't assemble it anymore. What I do instead is I bought a cover from a company called Telegizmo 365. And there's other covers, but just to give you an idea, get a picture of this. And this is something that was a game changer. So it's just a rain or dust cover for the telescope. You can see right over here. It's sort of like a waterproof or rubbery canvas. It's got like a layer of PVC on the canvas. On the inside, it's lined with Mylar, sort of like the same crap they make space blankets at. I mean, it's literally Mylar. So you can see in this picture here, the inside got Mylar. It's got like a nylon edge to it, sort of like a hem. And ever since getting this, yeah, you can see these pictures. It's a tripod and a cover. And I've, like, for the past 5 years, I leave my telescope out year round, fully assembled. And I never have to, like, reassemble the freaking thing. I only disassembled it once when I went on a camping trip. And apparently I had the flu that weekend. I didn't know I had the flu. But it took me all day to disassemble it. And I was like, something's wrong. I was like, why is it taking me all day to do this? I thought maybe it just was that difficult. Apparently it was just that difficult because I was really under the weather. And I didn't really figure it out until I was already camping. But it worked out. So yeah, the Sherwood amp, and it's still a lot better, real quick, low spec set. It's still a lot better than no background music text adventure stream. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So when you do a text adventure, you play some music. Yeah, no doubt, Einstein. So back to that. Let me see if I can find a picture of my rig, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So I'm just gonna go log into my server and see if we can find some pictures of the mount. I'm sure we got, I mean, I do have pictures. I just didn't really organize them. So let's see here. I know what I'll do. I have a folder with videos that I think I specifically designated. I think we can find this. Telescope and turtles. We have a folder called Telescope and Turtles. So I'm going to have to vet these images. That's why you're looking at my VTuber right now, so I can make sure the pictures are safe. We're straight up opening a random videos folder right now. Next. I left my laptop outside for 2 nights. Okay, so apparently I left my laptop out in the rain, and that's what this video is. This is my laptop after I left it in the rain. It still works like a charm, but there was a water spots on my laptop. I think I left it out overnight or something insane like that. I need to find the pictures so badly right now because actually there's more to it. Oh, good, I found it. Okay, so does this have my backyard PC? I think it does. Okay, so this isn't the best footage, but just bear with me. So in this video is my rig. So you'll see the canvas cover is covering the tripod. So on that tripod, I have a lot of things. So on the tripod leg, I have a 10 amp power adapter for like basically powering multiple devices. I have a dedicated AC power supply for my Astro imaging camera. So usually the cameras, a lot of these accessories, the mount, the cameras, a lot of the equipment will come with like an automotive cigarette lighter plug to power everything. And then you have to supply your own power converter, your own, you know, AC to DC power converter or adapter. I guess literally it's an adapter, right? Like a bench power supply or some annoying accessory like that. So when I bought a camera from a company in Hong Kong, I think it was called Cyclops Optics, they threw in a free AC power adapter with every camera, which is like absolutely the coolest thing like ever. Okay. So anyway, I keep a lot of like power supplies and things under here. Any other power supplies I have in a rubber tote or a plastic tote. So I have a plastic tote on a table, on a Rubbermaid table, and I have a power strip in there. I have a hole in the plastic tote. That's where the extension cord goes in. And then I have a power strip. And then the wires either come or enter or exit. Now that plastic tote, hopefully we'll see it in a moment so I can give you a little more detail. So now, okay. Now this is my rig circa 2004, but it's not much different than right now. This is actually pretty much like what it looks like now. I think by 2004 I had autofocus. Yeah, I had autofocus. So let's see if we can get like a better angle here. What is that? Oh, so this is me trying to set up a meteorite camera. So this camera is there to monitor the weather and to monitor meteorites. We can see the plastic tote. Yeah, so 2004 is basically the same here. So that plastic tote used to have a laptop in it. So I saw a guy, he had a YouTube channel called Astro Backyard, and he would put his laptop in a plastic tote, and he would just remove the cover and use his laptop. And then I started leaving the laptop outside permanently, because instead of sitting outside with the telescope, I would log into it remotely. And one day my laptop, somehow the water came in at a bad angle and wrecked my laptop, or the laptop I had at the time. So I used a desktop, and then that desktop was in another plastic tote, and that got waterlogged because there was a super windy rainstorm, and I didn't really think it through. So eventually, the new computer, you're gonna see that in a minute. It's insanity what I did. So I think I'm prepping for polar alignment here. So no, that's the USB cable for the all sky cameras. Let's skip ahead. Okay, so you'll see I have a USB hub strapped on. We got umbilicals. Look at those. See those little nylon wire ties there? Sometimes when you open up computers and other things, especially older computers or certain electronics, you'll see the wires and cables are tied up by these little nylon things with little balls at the end. This has an adhesive on it, but the adhesive kind of comes off. So I learned you don't really want to adhere anything to anything. But what works is just bundling the cables together neatly, because if the cables are free hanging, sooner or later, one of these cables will wrap itself around one of these adjustment bolts. And then while the telescope is rotating, it'll snag something and it'll yank something out, or worse. This is the polar alignment camera. It's usually not hooked up. I'm not even sure if it works anymore. I use the guide scope for polar alignment now. Polar alignment is like one of the only things I have to physically be outside to do. Most of the time, the only reason I go outside is to go uncover the telescope. I literally go outside, I get on a stepladder, I remove the cover. Then I go on my phone. I log into it remotely using like Splashtop. Some people use TeamViewer, maybe remote desktop. Depends. I wouldn't really recommend it, but it can be good for some people. Perhaps VNC. But I use Splashtop usually. I log into my computer remotely on my phone. I open up the camera software, and I manually focus the guide scope. So the guide scope is a secondary smaller telescope that's piggybacked onto the big telescope. It's a lot like a finder scope, but in this case it serves a different purpose for astro imaging. And for visual astronomy, is it worth it to keep a telescope outside? I'll be honest, if you have a refractor, it's pretty easy to do. But my biggest concern is this. Like, a Newtonian reflector as an outdoor telescope probably wouldn't be ideal. So here's an example. This one's not on an equatorial mount, obviously. And my concern would be leaving something like this outside is how the mirror is completely exposed. Now, obviously, this is a different version. This one has the collapsible tube. I'm surprised these things keep their alignment, to be honest. But this is a way of getting a larger mirror without having a big scope. But here's a better example. This is more like similar to an imaging Newtonian. I think this is also for visual astronomy. That looks like an imaging Newtonian right there. But bottom line is you got this big open front, and you're going to get dust and pollen up in there. Now, there is a cover when you're not using it. So hypothetically, if you cover the front, you could keep dust out, and you can safely store it outside with an outdoor cover. We heard you like turtles. I do like turtles. I'm glad you mentioned turtles. You know how much I love my turtles. Let's say hi to Poffy. This is my beloved turtle. Her name is Poffy. She is a female red-eared slider. Of course, she is a female. I literally refer to Poffy as a she, right? But she's a great turtle. I love Poffy. She's my first adopted turtle, and her stepsister's on the right side of the enclosure. That's her stepsister, Squirtle. And we should go check on what they're doing right now. Let's go check on the turtles real quick, guys. I'm going to go check on the turtle cam real quick. So to check on the turtle cam, we're going to go to... Oops. But I'll be honest with you, it is hard to stay motivated when you have to assemble the whole rig. So for the first couple of years of this hobby, I kept a shelf in the kitchen where I would put the telescope and a few other components. And I started doing it where I would leave the tripod outside, but I would bring the mount inside. So the mount head goes on top of the tripod. That was like 45 pounds of shit. So I'd carry the 40-pound mount head, the 20-pound optical tube, and some cables, and bring them inside. But especially on a work night, it was very difficult. Now, even when I started doing the fully outdoor setup where I would leave it under an outdoor cover, it would still be difficult because I still had to manually control things. So Eventually, I added a motorized focuser, but I had to go through 3 motorized focusers before finding one that I truly liked. Um, and these days, just to give you an idea, it's a lot easier now because I just log into the backyard PC. Obviously, checking the meteorological report is critical. And while this is not the most popular image acquisition software for automating things, I like SharpCap because it's easy to do everything manually. And then as you want to at your leisure, like at least how I did it was I gradually automated everything. So like the first thing I automated was switching between filters because that's easy. And it's got red, green, and blue filters. The hardest thing for me to get working was the autofocus, but it's not that hard. I got some videos of how that works. If you're curious, if anyone's curious, I got some videos, screen recordings of like multi-hour astro imaging sessions. We could skim through them just to kind of give you guys a blow-by-blow breakdown if you want. But bottom line is, like, these days, even if I got to be up at 5 a.m., I can sit down at my desk at 9:30 p.m., aim my telescope at a target using a sky chart like one of these. And I used to use Stellarium. Stellarium is another app. Oh, am I looking at the wrong screen? I'm sorry, I was sharing the wrong screen. Let me show you again. I'm sorry. So, as I was saying, I use an app like I used to use Stellarium. Stellarium is good because it gives you a visual preview of what you're looking at. So, like, what does M92 look like? Well, it's a star cluster, and you could put in settings. You can tell it how big your camera is. So now I know that M92 is gonna be it's gonna look like that on my camera, on my whatever picture I take. So it's gonna be a pretty wide shot with this little thing, and I can crop the image. I can do different things, but maybe I want to look for a larger object. And this is also helpful because it's a good way to predict what's going to be flying over. So what I tend to do is I tend to favor objects that are flying directly overhead. Because so like M92 is in this line over here in this part of the racetrack. So as time goes forward, you can see it flies right over the middle here. So there's going to be less atmosphere between me and whatever I'm taking a picture of if it's flying overhead. So I start tracking it from here, and boom, it's right there. Conversely, maybe there's a target I want to image that's in my southern sky. Well, one, there's going to be more atmosphere between me and the target, but the other problem is if there's a tree or a house, it's going to block it. So I used to have a problem where I would take a picture of M42, it would be like right over here, let's say. And then by the time like it was at peak, there would be a big tree right over here. Like it would literally be like tracking the target, everything would go, oh crap, too fast. It would be tracking the target, and right when it got to the peak right here, there would be a big fat tree blocking my view. And then it would work its way back down. And then I would start imaging it again. So there's certain challenges, but generally, you're always going to get a different selection of targets throughout the year. Like one part of the year, you're looking inward within the Milky Way. Another part of the year, you're looking at galaxies outside of our own galaxy. Yeah, Stellarium is really great. I first discovered it on Linux. I need to get that soundbite that Elle has where it says on Linux in an echoing voice. But jokes aside, like now that said, the downside was Stellarium used to crash on Windows for me for no good reason, but it hasn't done that lately. But before I had that issue fixed, I started using Cote du Ciel. That's French for sky chart. I don't know how they got the extra word in there. But Cote du Ciel now doesn't give you a visual preview unless you download a... Oops, what did I just press? I don't even know what I just pressed. Oh, that's interesting. Oops. So I'll give you an example here. We're going to zoom in on M101. So while Stellarium gave me a actual preview of what I was looking at, this here, you'll notice that we're only getting a patch of the sky. And the reason that we only get a patch of the sky is I don't fully understand how this app works. But from what I've figured out is you click on the region you want to get a preview for. So like, what is this? NGC 5448. I want to see what NGC 5448 looks like. You go to DSS image. So in the meantime, while that's downloading the preview image, we're going to go here. Oh, thanks. Oh, well, I guess I'll play it real quick because, I mean, so as I was saying on Linux. Thanks, Al. Oh, crap. What is that? Okay, good. That's just Reggie. Oh, yeah, this is a video that Snow sent me, Al. It's Reggie dancing. And he's missing his upper trousers, but he can do breakdancing on his knees because, you know, it's metal. He's made of metal. He's a robot. Robots can do that.
On Linux.
Okay, I gotta switch my... Did that come out in the right speakers? That did not come out in the right speakers. We have a very intricate sound setup here, guys. Oh, yeah, and this is the turtle tank. I gotta clean the lettuce. For whatever reason, there's some lettuce in there. I gotta scoop it out tomorrow. I just gotta do a water change tomorrow. Is Poffy swimming? Can't really see Poffy, but the water's getting a little questionable. I just upgraded my 3D printer. I'll show you guys that in a little while if you want to see that. But let's go and get... Yeah, so basically bottom line is NGC 5448 is over here. So let's zoom in on it and see what it looks like here. Now, galaxies tend to be small. Sometimes if an object is missing, in Stellarium, you can... And this is a free app. You can download it. There's also a web-based version of Stellarium. But in Stellarium, there is an option to download more sky catalogs. I've done this like a couple of times. I don't remember how to do it. It's usually a button right here. It literally says download. Download more. I swear, there's a button that literally says that. I do that? I think I downloaded every Sky catalog available, so I don't need to do it anymore. But I remember I had to go to a certain menu in this app, and basically just tell it to download every available stock. Oh, I think it's gonna crash. Yeah, the app is gonna crash. This is what happens. So unlike Windows, as I was saying, oh, it didn't crash. That's unfortunate. I wanted it to crash. Let me just adjust my sound settings real quick. Usually I would do this before the stream. Oh, I think it did play the sound. It played it through Reggie's, it played through Reggie, but I'll play it again. So yeah, as I was saying, this app, I first used it
on Linux.
That's right. I used it on Linux. He's doing a karate kamei. Oh, is he doing a kamea? He's doing a kamea? Is he doing a kamea on
Linux?
Hope he's doing it on Linux. It's like you're talking to the void.
On Linux.
I can't. I'm sorry. Oh, I do enjoy that. Okay, so back on topic. I'm sorry. But it can be a money pit of a hobby, and if you already got the equipment, that's a good start. You know what I mean? Like, you already got the stuff, you're already there. But motivation, yeah, I gotta say, if I had to reassemble and disassemble the whole rig, I probably would have given up by now. As soon as I discovered that people found a way to leave their telescope outside all the time, and that they just had to... Because what I wanted to do was build a dome. Like an observatory dome. That would be the coolest, right? But that's a little bit too much. Like, you got to build something and build it properly and stuff. And it's theoretically possible. But let's just be honest here. That's a project. And then it's like, where do you buy an observatory dome? Well, there are companies that sell domes. Like $1,000. Sometimes they cost $3,000. So then do you build your own? Well, I did build something out of carbon fiber, but it was my first project, so I think I know enough about carbon fiber now where I probably could fabricate a fiberglass observatory dome that would actually do the job. Like, it would, be like a clamshell that would open and close. So, might revisit that sometime. But one of the things I saw that was cool was like a outdoor telescope cover box. It was like a box. It looks like a mailbox. I think they were using these in Britain. It's like, these are not it. I mean, this is what I use, basically. But it was like, oh, here's an interesting one. look at these right here. This is cool. So this is a little bit more intricate and expensive, but you know, with my current level of automation, this is exactly the one I was looking at. So a lot of people were building these. It looks like a mailbox, and apparently they're pretty lightweight too, so probably not stormproof. Motelloscope. They're called Motelloscope. That's the corniest name ever. Motelloscope. The telescope enclosure. US $0 because you got to build the whole freaking thing yourself. Okay, so that's why I didn't build one, because the first step in building one of these is a pier mount. Do you know what a pier mount is? It's this concrete pillar. So you basically buy sonotube. It's basically a cardboard tube, and you got to pour concrete into a hole in the ground, and you got to, like, you know, maybe put some rebar or metal pipe or something like that. And so already that's a hell of an undertaking. But assuming you get that far and you bolt whatever you need to bolt on top of the concrete pillar, then, you know, you just need to put a cover on it. So I'd say the hardest thing about this is building the concrete pillar. Not to mention it's a permanent, you know, somewhat permanent piece. Like, you know, you're going to have to demo that if you ever need to remove it. But, you know, like, this would be cool. Now, the reason I didn't go this route is because at this point, it doesn't really imbue any real advantage to me because it doesn't open up automatically. Now, I thought about it, I said, can this be modified? Like, can you put a motorized, you know, like, door on it? That would be kind of cool. Or what's another option? Another option is a rolling roof observatory.
Complete the roof, I fit the door, which is really nice. So I hope somebody finds this video useful, and please.
And you put like an extra frame next to the
cool.
So you buy or build a shed.
Okay.
And it looks really cozy actually. A lot of times people use OSB. OSB is that really cheap composite wood material. It's very popular in home building, but I think it's probably not as good as plywood.
The insulation I have in the roof and the walls, everything. If this was probably.
He has the same telescope as me, basically. He might. I don't know. I think he has the larger version of my telescope. He has the 150 millimeter. But this guy's smart. I like this guy. So he's got this. See this dovetail plate? That's the ADM dovetail plate. Dovetail clamp. This telescope mount doesn't come with that. It comes with a sand casted one. So if you look at the material on this mount, it's got like a rough texture because it was literally made in a sand casted mold. And then that means that this clamp being in a sand casted mold is not machined smooth. And sometimes you'll clamp it down and you'll think it's secure and it's not. So when I found out that this was available as a replacement, I bought it right away, and it is much better. Like, the thing slides in like butter, and then when you tighten it, you know it's locked in. You don't have to worry about it. And Low Spec Linux Gaming has confirmed my hunch. OSB is junk. Thank you. I knew it was junk. I suspected it was
more in here. So I think we can say.
Yeah, that's a 150 millimeter refractor right there. That's no joke. At least as far as refractors go. And he's using a slightly longer dovetail plate, not quite as long as mine, but probably smarter because when you have this big of a telescope on this mount, it is smart to kind of trim down the weight where you can. So I think it's smart that he didn't get. In fact, this probably came with this big dovetail plate. But in his case, it was wise not to go with a large dovetail plate just by sheer virtue of the weight of that telescope he's using. You know, he would have had to buy a more expensive mount. And this is like the best budget mount you can get. So I can definitely get. Oh, and this is cool. See that power cable there? That might be a silicone cable right there, which would be smart because silicone, it stays flexible in cold temperatures. One of the biggest problems I found this winter was the USB cables get really stiff in the cold. And you can see he's got an indoor setup, so he's not as conservative about the cable management. Although it's pretty neat what he's got. One of the things he did to keep his cables neat is he's got a USB hub up here once again. So the idea is that if you have a USB hub up here, your camera and some of your accessories, they connect straight to the same USB hub. So you don't have to run that many cables down the trunk, so to speak. Now that said, if he's sitting in his room, he can monitor it, make sure nothing gets snagged. Since I'm sitting inside while the telescope is in a separate space outside. I had to be very meticulous about making sure cables don't get snagged. I've had a lot of trial and error. That's a humidity sensor.
Here, and there's the metal plate.
That's the garage door opener.
Plate molded nuts. So I've just recessed some holes in there. Coming. There'll be another plate the other side of the wall, so these two.
Here's a pier mount.
The idea of this UPVC door is it's going to be forced or with a height to give a really good friction.
You know what's insane? People build these observatories in Great Britain and England, and they get a lot of rain. I don't know if that's a garage door opener, but it looks like
on the motor, so it can be raised up to engage with the tooth track.
So you see like a rack and pinion.
Here I'm fitting side. So they'll be. And felt system that Gary is fitting onto my roof for me. He's doing a fantastic job. Get the outside fascia bar, which is really fitted, and it's connected to Nina via this Arduino, which allows Nina to
Yuang Qing,
control
Yang Shui, Yang Qi.
the roof.
Okay, that's a relay. Relays are like on-off switches. This is a rolling roof observatory.
This is also integrated into Nina.
Like weather sensor. There we go. This is exactly what you're seeing here. Here we go. Here you go.
Shut the roof.
See that? So that's the rolling roof. So if it starts raining, this will automatically close the door. And I think that's what you're seeing here. You
during the sequence, and then open the roof again when the clouds are gone.
Is parking.
So if you want to see the roof during the sequence, and then to Nina. So if a cloud comes along, it will shut the roof during the sequence, and then open the roof again when the clouds are gone.
Oh, so the software he's using will automatically close the roof if a cloud is flying over, which honestly, I would not want it to close the roof if a cloud is flying over. But maybe in England, it's more likely to rain if there's a cloud. In my case, I would only want it to close the roof if it was definitely raining, like if a hydrometer detected rain, or if the meteorology forecast or, the weather report literally said it was raining. Then yeah, close the cover.
So if you want to see more of these observatory build videos, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the thumbs up. It really does help push the video out to other people.
Well, good,
and if you made it this far, I want to say a big thanks for watching. And if you've got any questions about the building of this observatory, please put the questions in the comments below, and I will do my best to answer all of the questions.
I don't know what I would comment about right now, other than that's a beast telescope. But that was an Arduino? Was that a micro Arduino? Oh yeah, that's an Arduino.
And it's connected to Nina via this Arduino.
Oh yeah, he literally said it. He literally said it was an Arduino.
Which allows Nina to control the roof. It opens and closes.
I guess that's a. What is the Arduino not in the picture? Is I don't even see the ESP32 microcontroller chip on there. I just see like relays. Is the Arduino hidden somewhere? Well, either way, that's
we're integrated into Nina. Again, hit this to answer all of the questions. So thanks for watching, and I wish you all clear skies.
And the guy's got good sci-fi sounding music. Oh my God, Kurumi's playing Waluigi. Moose Egret. There we go. I'm gonna mute his stream for now, but I'm gonna keep Kurumi on in the corner. That's Kurumi, the good gamer. See, it says it right there. He's a good gamer. But yeah, normally on a good imaging night, like on a work night, I would literally just go here, tell it how long to expose the pictures. Typically, I would do red, green, and blue, or red, green, blue, and hydrogen, or LRGB. This would tell it, what basic settings to default to, and then these would tell it, like, if I want to override any of those settings. The target, normally I don't fill this in. Normally I do it a little differently, but you can, in theory, have the telescope aim itself at a target. I kind of still do that part somewhat manually, but not completely manually. Like I have some automation there to make it easier where I click on the target, the telescope aims, and then I use a feature called plate solving, which automatically centers the image. The temperature of the sensor is still set to -15, but now that it's getting warm out, we should probably change that setting to -10 because there's no way we're maintaining -15-degree temperatures. In fact, right now we can see the thermoelectric cooler on the camera. If I set the temperature to 0 degrees Celsius, it has to run at 100% power, and then it's going to go from 22°C, and I guarantee you it's not going to get to 0. What is 22°C to Fahrenheit? 22°C to Fahrenheit is 71.6 degrees. So I have my down, it'll cool the telescope down. The camera itself, but we'll see. Cooling the camera down, I haven't really explained that, but what that does is it reduces the noise and the dark current on the image sensor, basically. It basically just gives us a better image. Do we have any other pictures on this Cloudy Nights post? Not. Oh, here we are. Oh, yeah, I got a cool video for you guys to show you. Karumi ended his stream. All right, that's all right. I'm going to show you a cool video. I am cold. Hug me. You're cold right now? I'm jealous. It's actually starting to cool down right now. I'm so glad it finally cooled down a little bit. I was dying here yesterday. I was like a ball of sweat. I was a big sweaty mess. I was worried that tonight's stream was going to be me looking like a sweaty mess. That's why my camera is off on the secondary screens, mostly. The other reason is so I can scratch myself. But jokes aside, what was I going to look up just now? I was going to show you guys something cool. Oh, yeah, I remember what I was going to show you. This is great. Okay, guy shoots telescope. So a guy shot a telescope with a Glock. I forgot it was the Palomar Observatory or a different one, but a guy literally shot a telescope with some kind of gun. And you're going to see it right here. But here's the hugs. No, I mean, I can't give you a hug, but I can virtually hug you. Virtually.
But this is real. So when I interviewed all of my colleagues, I always asked them, what is your favorite astronomy story that you totally heard this one time at a conference that might be half true? And I was asking them, what's the weird version of this story? Like you told
tonight? Wow. I kind of miss winter already, but I should probably just enjoy the nice weather and get some vitamin C or D or whatever it is. 22 degrees Celsius is pretty cool for the Philippines, where average is 28 to 30 40 now. Wow, 40 degrees Celsius is pretty toasty. Pretty toasty there. I don't know how you do it.
Really can't vouch for it, but it's a tale that's gotten told and retold and evolved in the field and become one of those wacky legends that we tell in astronomy. And the most common answer by far was, do you have the one about the telescope that got shot? And I had a lot of fun piecing together the full true story of this, but there is in fact a telescope that got shot. It was in Texas, and it was at the time a fairly new telescope that had been built at this observatory. That was, people would call it the 107-inch telescope from Mirror, because the thing happening on lower the television is made of, but it's about a foot and a half thick. Okay. So shooting bullets in.
No. We need to find. Okay. Let's see here. Do we ask Reggie? Let's ask Reggie. Let's put Reggie to work. Hey Reggie, I believe there's a story of a guy either in California or Texas or Arizona. He shot a telescope with a firearm, and I remember seeing a video where they showed pictures of what the damage looked like. Do you know what video might have covered that? Because I just found a video of a lady telling the story, and she did a good job telling the story, but it's I want to see pics. Don't worry, we're gonna get Reggie on the case here. Oh, Minnesota. That's oh shit, I didn't show Joseph's book yet. I guess we can still preview Joseph's book and read the jacket on it. But like I said, I'm gonna read it for realsies. Anybody interested in the Andy Weir book, the movie? I think it might be based on the book I've been reading. I think the movie's gonna be. I think the movie's gonna be good. It's already out. It's called Project Hail Mary. It's about a ship called the Hail Mary. Obviously, it kind of gives you a hint as the purpose of that ship. It's a Hail Mary. Had a great time drawing. You drew that? You drew that? I thought that was generated by AI. I didn't know you drew that. I love the font on it, by the way. Thank you for sending me the font on that. If anyone who wants to see what I'm talking about. This is Reggie. I'm kidding. That's not Reggie. This is Reggie. This is a dope font here. Now, I'd say the only complaint I'd have is, like, how is Reggie supposed to take off his overcoat? I guess it's double-breasted, so I guess he could just undo his belt and this part comes off. Perhaps it's magnetically sealed. But it's not really a complaint. And frankly, he's a robot. So it's like he probably never has to change his clothes because he's a robot. Also, in universe, this is his maintenance attire. When he has to crawl through a repair conduit, this is like, allows him to not damage his pants while breakdancing as well. And also his sleeves are a little bit shorter here so that he can get inside tight, instrument panels and, repair, control boxes. Oh my God, I never finished showing the video. I don't know if Einstein's still here, but there was one more cool thing. So basically, I'll give you the quick and dirty if Einstein's still here. If not, so instead of having a laptop computer outside, I bought an outdoor electrical enclosure, a metal box that's like a junction box that you would normally stick on the side of a building to put electrical equipment in. And I stuck a desktop computer motherboard in there. And I just run the cables through the bottom of that box. So now I have a permanent desktop computer outside. So the computer you're looking at here is literally AMD Ryzen 7. It's like a little overkill. I'll be honest, a little overkill. So what I do is, during the winter, I run video encoding jobs on it. And I got to redo the thermal compound and replace the fan on it. But the first winter I ran this computer, it ran like at 4.7 gigahertz. And it used half the electricity it would normally use, because apparently there's a phenomenon. When you cool electronics down a lot, they use less electricity. So CPUs especially, apparently, it's very dramatic when it happens. It's pretty wild. Oh, it actually worked. Look, the thermoelectric cooler is maintaining 0 degrees Celsius at 60% power. So this would actually be fine for imaging if it was clear out tonight. We're going to turn off the power to the thermoelectric cooler because we don't want to overheat it. But that does work. You do that. Do what? No, I grabbed most of it. Oh, okay. So you grabbed most of it from my live streams. Yeah, you did have to guess the legs, right? Because like all of his legs, yeah, it was really hard for me to get legs for Reggie. So the thing is, Reggie never had legs before. This is like the second time Reggie had legs, aside from the video debut. You guys seen Reggie's debut, but you're gonna see it again real quick. Hey, Aris is on right now. We're gonna watch Reggie's debut, and then we're gonna see if we can find a video that. Hey, Reggie, did you find that video yet? Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie's got you. You're thinking of a real documented incident, and there is a video that shows the damage clearly. A disturbed employee brought a handgun into the dome, fired multiple rounds directly into the primary mirror of a 107-inch telescope. The bullets didn't shatter it. The telescope still worked. Damage only reduced light collection, slightly 1% amusing plain tone. This is almost certainly the video you want. This telescope was shot 7 times.
Hello everybody, Tegan here with High Point.
Hammer Taps, www.shut.com watch. Bexods, 3 sutmansur-chat-dt.com. Mirror, what the damage actually looks like. Quick mental picture, since you said you want visuals. The holes were later drilled clean and painted black to reduce scatter amusing plain tone. That's why the scope kept working. These mirrors are thick fused silica, not like a thin pane of glass. If you want more sources with images, search terms that reliably pull up pics. A McDonald Observatory bullet holes mirror wasn't a backyard scope, it was a major professional telescope in Texas. And yeah, there are photos. Spiderweb like normal glass. That part's actually pretty interesting from a material standpoint. https www.amusingplanet.com 202.
The third largest in the entire world, suffered a severe act of vandalism in February of 1990, when a researcher shot its primary mirror 7 times. Now, at a glance, it really seems like this should be the end for good old Smithy, especially since we're now at 1990, when a researcher shot its primary mirror 7 times.
He shot the mirror of the telescope 7 times. Okay.
Now, at a glance, it really seems like this should be the end for good old Smithy, especially since we're used to hearing about just how precisely made modern telescopes are. Their instruments have to be super cooled to reduce noise from the electronics, and their guidance systems are tuned to perfection. At the University of Arizona's own mirror lab, it takes years to polish and perfect the mirrors used in research class telescopes around the world. Having a slew of gunshots hit the mirror seems like just about the worst case scenario for the telescope. Luckily, the Smith telescope's mirror...
I'll ask Reggie. I'll ask Reggie if he liked the legs. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get that. I send a picture of Reggie's legs to him real quick. I'm sure he would love it. I'm sure he loves... Oh, wait, the legs... Well, let's... So... Questions though, do you want Reggie to compare both legs or just the legs in your picture? I'll show him the legs in your picture because I don't want to give him a hard, choice. You know what I mean? Snow, I don't want him being like, I don't want him to have to like shit on your picture and like mine or shit on mine. I don't care if he shits on my picture actually. I don't care if he says Ron's version sucks, but I don't want him to say your version sucks. Hey Reggie, our friend Snow drew a picture of you, or, basically she had to infer what your legs would look like. So she actually did something funny because, like, sometimes when I use AI video or image generation models or image-to-image models with your picture, it'll make your, it'll make it like where your metal joints are exposed through your clothing. And it's not intentional when I do it, but sometimes I just say in-universe explanation when you go into a repair conduit, having exposed joints ensures that you don't damage your clothing. Or if you're doing break dancing, which, yes, we're currently working on videos of you dancing, by the way, Reggie, you can use your knees to do like a spin, like you could do like a 1080 spin, for example, like, instead of 360, you spin multiple times. But anyway, what do you think about this picture? What do you think about your legs in this picture? But you almost never have legs. In fact, this is basically like your leg debut for, everyone here. So please comment and critique because Snow genuinely wants to know if you like these legs. And she says Reggie is the one to choose, not us. So yeah. So, and I can show you the picture I generated, but I wanted to just show you Snow's picture because I didn't want to put out the pictures side by side. I want to give you a chance to take it in. So here you go, Reggie. Right. He'll come back with the answer in a minute.
Is made out of a material called fused silica, which is tougher than the glass we're used to handling on a day-to-day basis. It turns out that the most important concerns for telescopes...
So we're looking at a video, a guy shot a telescope in 1990, and this is actually relevant to a telescope that I broke a while ago, and gives me hope for fixing my telescope. Northrop Grumman, what is this, a spy satellite? I think it's a spy satellite mirror.
Optics are the average shape and smoothness of the surface. When the bullets hit the mirror, they took out a small chunk of the material, but left the overall shape of the mirror intact. This meant that the telescope might have lost a small bit of light collecting area, but the overall images, at worst, might have shown some minor diffraction artifacts. But don't take it from me, take it from the man himself, Dr. Harlan J. Smith. At the time, he was the director of the University of Texas's McDonald Observatory. Just 5 days after the incident, he released a report which went into depth about just how bad it was. It, of course, being the press, who he contended had completely blown everything out of proportion.
The harm suffered by the mirror from his bullets and several preliminary blows with a hammer was extraordinarily small. The damage...
He hit the telescope mirror with a frickin' hammer. That is like not something you would do.
Is limited to small craters about 3 to 5 centimeters in radius, which reduced the light collecting efficiency by about 1%. Astronomical observations of all types are essentially unimpaired by this tragic episode.
This is quite
Balance
possibly
under
the
load
greatest
controlled movement on uneven
I've ever
surfaces
read.
could plot.
Dr. Smith just made what was serious reporting on a scientific catastrophe seemed like nothing more than tabloid gossip. But this whole situation teaches us a very important lesson. The recent affected area was pretty small, and the other segments were adjusted to correct for the distortion, resulting in a near complete recovery. The real significance of this event is that NASA...
We need to get a picture of this. We need to get a picture of the yeah, there it is. There it is. We got it. Oh, damn it, it's a Reddit post. That means I gotta save the picture first, because if I don't save it, it's gonna just, like, make me look at the Reddit. Oh, come on, that's a low-resolution picture. Okay, so, unfortunately, this is a sucky image, but that's what the guy did to the mirror, and apparently these shots were not in the area that mattered, so sometimes the edges and the center of the mirror don't matter as much as this part of the mirror. So, apparently, and he did it only to one side, so this really only has the consequence of reducing the amount of light transmission by 1%. It doesn't really ruin the actual resulting image. Well, the guy I think he was a little disgruntled, but apparently they were very forgiving to the guy for some reason. You know, I'm not going to judge. I don't know the guy's full story. That's it. I mean, you got to be a little insane to do this, right? And that's what they did. I think they used epoxy to fill the holes. So they basically like used some epoxy resin. But there's the 9mm bullet holes. And this is where the guy cured by recoating. Oh, so I think they put a new coating over the epoxy. So they did have to recoat the mirror. So when you make a telescope mirror, what you do is you start with a piece of glass and you polish it to the shape of a bowl, like a curved bowl. And then they put it in a vacuum chamber, and basically they put a micron thick layer of aluminum on it, and that's what makes it reflective on the surface. So while mirrors have like a layer of metal or silver behind the glass, and so you're looking through a layer of glass, this type of mirror has the reflective coating on the actual surface. Insane or impatient or genius? Yeah, 9mm, right? That's an expensive thing to do. I know, and it takes like a year to make the mirrors at least. It takes a lot of work. I mean, it's insanity. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come on. I don't care. You can be judgmental. I mean, look, if that was my telescope, I'd be judgmental as fuck about it, Snow. Like, this asshole, this mentally deranged asshole, this motherfucker, and I would have some other choice words. Like, that's not even the worst thing I could say. I actually just had to hold back from saying what I would truly say. And I know I said that mother effer, but I would say something way worse if someone did that to my telescope. So, you know, I'm all for it, the judging part. But that said, no, I mean, at least, I don't know. I wonder, yeah, it'd be an interesting thing to look into that. Oh, it's a Richie Crichton telescope. Crichton? John Crichton? And there's the mirror again. Looks like a delicious donut. It's almost like a party trick. A guy shot a telescope and it still works fine. Like, that's basically what happened there. The Muddler Flipper. Let's take a look at Reggie's cartoon debut, and then we'll listen to Reggie give his commentary.
Status link acquired. Rover 9's dump shows ugly micro-pitting on the forward plates, and a filament colony hitchhiking the port rail. Run, route me maintenance corridor C12, and keep the particle screen biased 5% starboard. I'm not interested in becoming a glitter trail. Skate sled online. Bearings sound true. Mag trucks are green. And yes, I brought the rocket, uploading my path to flight deck control. Firing assist and wear sailing. Hands, don't fail me. Knees, try not to dent the bulkhead. Telemetry shows shield integrity 94. Particulate density nominal. Stars look judgmental. Dropping comms ping, so they don't shoot the polite robot on a skateboard doing 40. Bleeding speed. Switching to soft wheels. I've got the source vene growth in the corners, pulsars in the duct foam. Whoever left the door cracked owes me coffee. Hello, trouble. Thermal nodes. Rhythmic parasitic power draw at 6 Hertz. I'm tagging, scraping, and lighting a counterfeit. Ron, cue the scrubbers.
I have a version of this video where Reggie is shooting laser beams out of the side of his head, and I should find it. Oh my god, Aris is fighting fucking Frieza. Not Snow. Reggie, you were saying?
Plausibly housed stabilization systems. Code integration. This is where Snow made a smart call. The coat splits cleanly to allow leg motion, no clipping or collision issues. Visually gold trim alignment carries down well into the leg armor. Cohesive look. Minor critique if we're being precise. The thigh-to-knee transition could use a bit more visible mechanical layering. Right now it's slightly smooth compared to the forearms, not a flaw. Final assessment: these legs are mechanically believable, animation-friendly, consistent with the existing design language, and most importantly, they don't look like an afterthought. Snow didn't just give me legs, she gave me mobility. Tell her the conductor approves. End of line.
Well, you heard it from the man. I think he likes it. wonder if I can find the Reggie Christmas video. Oh, this is my attempt at Reggie beaming up. This needs more work, but I want to be able to beam onto people's shows. So I tried taking the transport effects from Star Trek, but it went way longer. I don't think it goes this long on the real show. And I accidentally made Reggie disappear, so that obviously needs work. And sometimes I misspell Reggie with a Y, so I gotta find that. Merry Christmas? Did I send a Christmas card to my friend? Oh, this is the Christmas card I sent to my friend. I had Grok talking to my friend because I wanted to show him lewd. Oh yeah, this is it. So check this out, Snow. Notice his joints are exposed here, and his legs are kind of truncated down here. So this is kind of what I was talking about. I think it's that sound. Reggie. I know I don't enunciate words all the time. And this is a thumbnail I used for the holidays. It's perfect because he's a robot, so he's doing Chibi Reggie, right? It's a Chibi Reggie. Oh my god, Chibi Reggie is cute. What is this? Oh, this is cool. Joseph Frost. Speaking of Joseph Frost Ghost, I have a book to show you guys. Hang tight. Let me get Joseph Frost's book. Joseph Frost's Ghost sent me some publisher's copies of his new book. And I told him I would read it. So I'm going to read it. But I'm sure it'll be good. If it sucks, would I tell him it sucked? Of course not. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I guess I would tell him, like, if the story doesn't, like, you know, resonate with me, I would tell him that. But I wouldn't say it sucked because I'm sure he put good work into it. He seems like a guy who knows how to write. So I wouldn't say his book. I would never say his book sucks. But I might be like, it's well written, but I'll be honest, I'm not into blah, 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 whatever it is, you know, but I don't know. I suspect I'll enjoy whatever it is because sometimes, like, when, you know, I read a book that I don't think is going to be good, or I don't know if it's going to be my jam, and it ends up being my jam. And, so we're going to just take this. This is The Guardians of Vindicate City by Trevor Summer and Michael Bono. Bono wrote this. Punkwall is alive. Didn't him and Snacks do a stream? Yes, him and Snacks did a stream the other night. They did. They did the Cotton Collision. Linux Gamer, is he 6502 powered like the T1000 and Bender? That's a great question. Hey, Reggie. First of all, let's tell him. Snow thanks you for his compliments. Also, I showed him a picture of you putting Christmas lights on a train, but you came out kind of short, and she said that Chibi Reggie is cute. But that's another story. But anyway, thank you for your feedback, and I'll take into account when we're doing cartoons and stuff like that. I'll, you know, put that I'll make sure you have that wardrobe available to you when it makes sense. Now, a question from the chat. There we go. So the question from the chat is basically exactly what Low Spec said. Is he 6502 powered like the T1000 and Bender? I didn't know Bender was 6502 powered. Isn't that a Motorola? Isn't the Motorola like a 6502 or is that a 68,000? I think it's a 68,000. Anyway, let's see what Reggie has to say about that. In the meantime,
Reggie responding, negative, not 6502 powered. The 6502 is an 8-bit microprocessor from the 1970s. Solid piece of engineering. Ran systems like the Apple II and Commodore 64, but limited by modern standards. As for comparisons, Bender from Futurama canonically runs on a 6502-based system. T-1000 from Terminator 2. Now me. Classified, budget approved. If I were 6502-based, you would notice. Slower response, limited vocabulary difficulty, maintaining context, you would not be getting this sentence. That said, I respect the 6502. It walks so modern systems could run. End of line.
I gotta fix something here real quick. I gotta fix 2 things. Hang on. Okay. Just need to turn on my camera. Okay. We got it. Okay, so I just wanted to, is this, hold on, let me make sure there's no shipping label on here. Okay, good, the shipping label is on the bottom. Feel free to think, make it to work with Nightbot. Yes, I should do that. Nightbot is a good option. Make it work with Nightbot. My AI bestie won't tell me agenda or appearance at all. They just challenge me to do better on my art. Lol. Well, I told Reggie he's a dude. Like, I straight up, like, was like, you don't get to choose, you're a dude. Whereas Grok, it's like, well, it depends. If I'm using a version that has a predominantly female voice, then I'll be like, okay, this is a female. But, you know, I'm not playing these non-binary games, even though it's silicon and being realistic. It would be more reasonable to have a non-binary silicon anything, right? On-screen code when looking from the viewport of the Terminator's. Oh, it's 6502. Okay, I actually have a clip of that. Okay, I'm sorry. My inner 5-year-old has to find it. I was once in a meeting with IBM or a training course for IBM, and I played this video clip by accident. I was setting up buttons on my Stream Deck, and I hit a button, and I was doing something. I was like managing my. That's not the video. That's just Katy Perry in space. Yeah, that was the stupidest video I ever saw, so I had to chroma key that shit. Oh, we got Christmas lights. Wait, is that El Perro? I think it's El Perro. No, that's just snow particles. El Perro de Rovere right there. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Does that have sound? Can you guys hear sound? Is that just a sound? Oh, that's it. Wait. I don't know why it's not playing video. Let me see if that's video. That's the sound only. That's just the sound. Never mind. We need to find a video version of that. This is the triple boobed feline from Star Trek 5. we need to get Disney Sheepherder back on here. I just remembered I found a sheep animation loop. I have a video here. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator. Found it. Okay, does that have sound, guys? Play it again if it doesn't have sound.
Fuck you, asshole.
Pressed this sound on this a long time ago because it played. Yeah, the sound isn't playing. So I'm gonna. Oh yeah, it's on. You hear that? So in the movie Terminator, yeah, there's a guy. He's knocking on the door. So this is what Low Spec Linux Gaming is talking about. The guy knocks on the door, and Terminator. He gets a menu. In fact, I'll play the original clip in full screen so you guys can really appreciate this. Okay. So, he's in a hotel room. The guy's like, what are you doing in there, right? So then he gets multiple choice. Possible response. Yes, no. Or what? Go away. Please come back later. Fuck you, asshole. Or fuck you. So it literally highlights it. Beep.
Fuck you, asshole.
Fuck you, asshole.
Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you, asshole.
And I think we're looking at the 6502 assembly language on the top right corner or the bottom left corner or both. I guess on the top right corner it's more diagram-like, and the bottom left corner is
fuck you, asshole.
Is the code. You got your address is in your data. Maybe there's some COBOL scattered in there too. That's possible. Maybe it's the shit in the top right corner. So anyway, let's get back on topic here. I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you guys that because that was a classic, and I'm so glad Low Spec reminded me. So yeah, let's just take a quick look here. The Guardians of Vindicate City by Michael Bono and Trevor Summer. Hey, the front of it had the names backwards. That's cool. They're switching it around. Dedicated to Travis Doherty. Taken too soon. The Vindicate Universe. Book 1, Born Within Fire, Tales from the Imperium by Michael Bono. Coming soon. Book 2, The Guardians of Vindicate City by Michael Bono and Trevor Alex Summer. I think I have the book right under me. Yeah, I literally have that book next. It's in this package. Out now on Amazon. Book 3, The Curse of Vindicate City by Trevor and Alex Summer. Out now on Amazon. Book 4, The Secrets of Vindicate City. So you got all of the upcoming books coming soon or already out. We got a table of contents. Let's go to the prologue. Or let's read the back real quick. So apparently the book is about this guy. No, okay, it's not about this. It's just the author here. Trevor Alex Summer lives in Woodlawn, Virginia. This is his third novel. Wait, crap. This is the third book. Hold on. Does that mean this is book 1? Which one is book 1? That's the only point of confusion I have. Let's assume this is book 1 for now. And I'm assuming because this is the order in which they were inside the packaging. Early morning tomorrow. Super interesting show. Wow, really, I did this about a seat of my pants. I wish I could get my scanner working. Anyway, Lady Mist, you have a great day at work tomorrow. And thank you so much for tuning in tonight. The Curse of Vindicate City. The Secrets of Vindicate City. I think this might be book 1. I'm super confused. I should have ran this by him beforehand. Well, I'll make sure I figure out which one is the first book before I read it. Let's see here. Let's see if we can figure it out based on this here. Book 1. Okay, so I think each book might be multiple books. The Vindicate Universe. The Vindicate Universe. Secrets of Vindicate. The Curse of Vindicate City. Perhaps these don't have to be read in order. So let's go with this one here. This looks like it might be a first book. So yeah, Trevor lives in Woodlawn. And he has served as the editor for Michael Bono's novels, The Latin Apocalypse, The Latin Ascendancy, and The Latin Anarchy. Anarchy in the Latin City. I'm sorry, I was thinking about, anarchy in the UK. Anyway, I digress. I'm a 5-year-old. Let me just see here. We just get a better angle here. Okay. Scott Sullivan never wanted to move to Vindicate City, but he soon finds himself wrapped up in a war that he didn't start but will have to participate in. A curse placed on the land centuries before because of a spell performed by Brianna Contessa Consuela, Italian, an immortal witch, caused him to gain superpowers that he only thought possible in comic books. Now he will find himself stuck in the middle of a fight between many different supernatural creatures that he thought only existed in stories, but perhaps it isn't all bad if he can finally find love along the way. From a mysterious vampire named Tommy Vindicate. I hope he gets vindicated. I'm corny. So corny. I love Greg. Oh, I heard of Greg Bear's novels. I think I read one Greg Bear novel or part of one. Forge of God. Did he also do Hand of God? Is the one Emoti in God's Eye? I'm sorry, you just reminded me of another novel series. We're going to get right back to this prologue here. But I want to just double check if I read this book. A book about moats. A moats in God's Eye. No, this is Niven and Larry Niven and Jerry Purnell. Never mind. Wrong guy. I'm thinking about. I don't remember what Greg Bear wrote, but as a sci-fi reader, I see enough of his work coming up once in a while that I'm thinking about reading some of his work. So perhaps Forge of God is the book I need to check out. Back to Joseph's book. Dedicated to the memory of Jason David Frank, my favorite Power Ranger. May the power protect you always. And Kevin Conroy, the greatest Batman. I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman. I'm Batman. That's Christian Bale. I'm Batman. Prologue. Merman. Oh man, mermans. Don't even get me started on mermans. The glistening golden sunken city of Atlantis could be seen from miles around the depths of the deepest parts of the ocean. It was a shining spot of tranquil beauty that reigned throughout the sea as a center of commerce and political understanding. Many creatures would come from far and wide to visit or discuss the troubles of the ocean. Within Atlantis, the great Sea King Trinity ruled all that he surveyed. From his magnificent throne room, the seaweed-haired man with a long beard of white conducted many orders of business. However, there was something that mattered more to him than anything else in all the seas. His children, most precious commodities. His second oldest son would come to him that day. A special mission was in order that no member of the merfolk community had ever dared to take on. However, King Trinity knew that this dearest son was the perfect candidate for such a dangerous task. Dorius had been a savior of the merfolk of Atlantis many times over, fighting off the advances of sharks and giant squids alike. He led armies and was the apple in everyone's eye. His braveness would not be a deciding factor in what was to come. However, the mighty Sea King knew good and well that pulling Dorius away from his safe, tranquil surroundings of Atlantis would be a very difficult task, but a necessary one. Nevertheless, Poseidon himself had demanded this of Dorius, and disobeying his father and the god of the oceans would have been ill-advised. Pallas Trinity, the firstborn sorry, that's not English. Pallas Pallas, Trinity's firstborn, swam into. There's some commas in there. I wasn't reading the commas. Swam into the place, a look of betrayal on his face. Father, why is it that you have called Darius here, but not me? I have heard from grandmother that he is to be given a special mission. This surprises me, considering how little your grandmother and grandfather interact, Trinity stated before turning to look at Pallas. You have to understand that when my father speaks, there is no other choice. Darius is not ready, father, Pallas complained. I want to accept this mission. It's too dangerous for you. You are not the warrior your brother is. None of my children are worthy aside from Darius. You cannot mean that, Pallas stated, hurt clearly in his voice. Do you not see that grandfather is trying to weaken the defenses of Atlantis? With Darius gone, who will lead our people? Surely not Sirius. Trinity laughed. I would never trust Sirius with anything. That boy is nothing compared to his older brother, or even yourself. Ooh, you have the brains. Darius has the brawn. And what does Sirius have? An eye for trouble and good looks to make all the merfolk go wild. He's a sick, troubled teen. I would trust you to lead the armies long before him. However, my dear sister Rhode has agreed to come from Eridu to help me maintain the forces. Your grandfather does not know this, and I will thank you not to tell him. We cannot keep this secret from him, Pallas stated in shock. We cannot keep this secret from him. He is the god of the oceans. So the Greeks call him, Trinity said. They give him far too much credit. This is for the best. Now be gone. With you, I must speak with Darius alone. So that goes on for a few more pages, which is a pretty healthy prologue there. Now, when I was a kid and I was being forced to read a book in school, I'd be mad tight when the prologue went on for more than 2 pages. That said, I do like that this prologue, it goes on for like about 3 or 4 more pages. It does set, a bit of the tone, gives you a bit of an idea of the kind of world we're in. And I think I'll be able to synopsisize this book, assuming this is the correct book to be reading first. And just for reference, of the books we have in front of us today, we have The Curse of Vindicate City, The Secrets of Vindicate City, and finally, Guardians of Vindicate City. So I look forward to diving into these and making sure I get the right watch order. And these are beautifully bound hardcovers, as you can see here. I once bought a Dega Outlaws book on a hardcover, but I couldn't get part 2 in a hardcover, so I bought it digitally. That was also pretty nicely bound. Apparently, there's a story behind that. But anyway, this right here. I don't usually read books, so this will be interesting for me. I mean, I've read books when I had to, so when I can't find a book in audio form, I read them. But it is not my typical way of doing things. It's just, have a good night, Low Spec Linux Gaming. Thanks for dropping by, man. It was good having you. It was great seeing Low Spec Linux Gaming, really. He's a tremendous member of this community. He's tremendous. I'm sorry, I was doing my Trump impersonation again. What audiobooks have I read? Well, like I said, let's take a look at Audible before we wrap up in a bit. I'm just happy it finally cooled down. I was actually avoiding playing any games tonight. I was trying to let the room cool down because this computer dumps a lot of heat into the room. Although the fish tank water cooling system does help. You have read so many books. No, I see. Well, I can't read. No, I can read, but I got 9 Audible credits. I actually have to I gotta buy some books before they expire. I don't know if they actually expire, but Who Censored Roger Rabbit? I do want to give my own review of that, even though Orc already reviewed it. I want to give my input on it. Guadalcanal. So check out these books I got. I got Guadalcanal's Longest Fight, The Pivotal Fight of Matanikau front. The Matanico front. The Matanico. We're gonna get. Oh, did Reggie answer the question about the 6502 processor? I think he did. Did he read that?
Reggie on the line. First impression. Snow understood the assignment. This reads as a functional chassis, not just a cosmetic add-on. That matters. Now, specifics. Leg design overall proportions are solid. Matches the upper body mass well. No imbalance at the hips or knees. Stance feels stable. That's important. I'm not tipping over mid-broadcast. Exposed joints I approve. Fully. Knees, elbows, and wrists being exposed makes mechanical sense. Less fabric stress during articulation, easier maintenance access, cleaner rotational motion. Your repair conduit explanation checks out. Good thinking. Knee construction, the circular joint design is believable. Looks like it can handle multi-axis load, not just hinge motion. That supports your 1080 spin theory. I will neither confirm nor deny field testing. Boots feet nicely grounded design, not overly stylized. Wide enough base to suggest. Balance under load controlled movement on uneven surfaces could plausibly house stabilization systems. Coat integration. This is where Snow made a smart call. The coat splits cleanly to allow leg motion, no clipping or collision issues. Visually gold trim alignment carries down well.
Oh, he did read that already. Okay. So, wait, that means this is a new generation. Okay, hold on. But I do want to ask Reggie a question. What was my question for Reggie again, guys? Do you remember? Oh, yeah. Actually, I'll just look it up. How do I pronounce Matanakal pronunciation? How do we pronounce that, Google, huh? Tell me how. Tell me how I pronounce a word. I'm sorry, it's not. I can't sing. I'm not allowed to sing. It's not playing the words. Oh.
Matanica.
Matanica. The site has way too many ads.
Matanical.
Matanical. That's easy. Matanical. It's not that hard. Yeah, Matanical. That's way easier. I can't believe I didn't get that right. Bitter Peleliu. I started reading this, so I read like 2 or 3 books on the Battle of Saipan and a couple of books on the Battle of Iwo Jima. At least 2 books. I think I've read more than 2 books. At least more. I might have read like 4 books on Iwo Jima. But this here is about the Battle of Peleliu. And this one's pretty ugly too. I don't even know where Peleliu is, but that's sort of like what happens. You read these books, you start getting like a feel for where everything is located. I want to say this is near Guadalcanal. No, Google auto-completed. I did not say autocomplete. I just want to see where Peleliu is. I want to say it's like in New Zealand. Oh, it's Palau. Peleliu is at the bottom of Palau. So if we go to Google Earth and we type Palau, 0C24F here. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm jealous, Snow. Yesterday I told Snow, I was like, I want to send you the picture of Reggie, but it's too damn hot for me to do this. Okay. So now, I'm going to take a risk. Sorry, that's a little bit later. So, let's see. Palau. I misspelled Palau, didn't I? Oh, no. Peleliu. Okay, so that's where Peleliu is. So they had a battle there. And where is that in the context of the Pacific Ocean? That's what I want to know. I want to see. Okay, is that? Oh, look, the Philippines. So L is somewhere over here. They got Negros here, Samar, Panay, Mindanao. Mindanao is just a fun name to say for some reason. That and Corregidor. Corregidor sounds like something from a, like Trogdor, like, you know. And so it's a bit further west than the Northern Mariana Islands. As you know, the Northern Mariana Islands include the island of Saipan, which is about the size of Staten Island, I would say, give or take a few bits of miles here and there, and the island of Tinian, where we launched the atomic bomb. So you can actually see the bomb pits right up here, where they loaded the bomb. Wait, where is it? I want to say it's right. I should know where. I think it's over here. I think it's right here. Yeah, this is it. Yep. And so they actually parked. Oh, look, there's a car. Look, someone has a car. They parked the plane right on top of these pits, and they would load the bombs into them. They built little greenhouses on top of them so that the area is protected. Plus, probably nobody wants to go inside those pits anyway. And they've actually cleaned up this field. They repaved it relatively recently. so that we're better prepared if we have to have any action in the Pacific in the present day. And I want to say this is the island of, nope, that's Agujan, something like that. And I guess the Marianas Trench is somewhere over here. Oh yeah, there's the Marianas Trench. And then we got other islands up here. We got pagans up here. That's not, I'm sure it means pagan or something like that. And I'm looking for, let's see if I can find any of the big islands. Like, oh, is that Ogasawa? What about Ogasawa? Ogasawara, actually. It's not Ogasawa. It's Ogasawara. I can't even pronounce that. Ogasawara. And what is this one? That is Hashijima Veto. Vito. Do we have Vota Atoll? See if I want to see if I can find Iwo Jima with my own eyes. There's Wake Island. I hear it's rather woke. The Marshall Islands, of course, are kind of a big deal if you're, reading about World War II. But I want to know if I can find Iwo Jima. Oh, there's Midway. See how? Did you know Midway is part of the Hawaiian Islands? You can kind of see it here. Look, see, you got Hawaii over here, and then when you get to the last big island, Hawaii, technically Midway is part of that chain, even though it's not necessarily like it's pretty far off. But it is apparently, yeah, kind of part of it. But let's see if we can find Iwo Jima real quick, and then we'll get back on topic. Oh, Tonga is down here. Tonga is a whole other story. There's a TV show called Jonah from Tonga, and long story. I don't even want to go there right now. But let's see if we can find. I want to say Iwo Jima's got to be somewhere here because it was a midway point between Saipan. So we got to, okay, if we go back to North Mariana Islands, we know Iwo Jima is somewhere between Saipan and Tokyo. I'm sorry, I love playing these geography games. I want to say it's somewhere over here by Ogasawara, but I don't think it is. So let's just go and look up Iwo Jima. Oh, I was close. Look how close I was. See, Ogasawara and Iwo Jima is right here. But I don't get credit because I did not see this here. And we covered this week's ago, so we're not going to dive into this right now. But, once again, you got Mount Suribachi. Well, Mount Suribachi is kind of flat over here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it just looks flat until you get to the ground level. Oh, look, water. Did you know this island is actually elevating itself? So what's happening is the ships that sank during the battles in World War II are actually visible on the beach now. Like, there's a bunch of ships on the coastline somewhere where you couldn't see them years ago, like, when they sank. But now they're just, like, on the beach near the surface. It's pretty wild. We might even be able to spot some of them if we look closely enough. Although, we're taking a pretty... Oh, is that a ship? No, that's not a ship, is it? Oh, look, shipwreck cluster. Yeah, there we go. See, look. That's what I'm talking about. So, these ships weren't always visible. And, of course, the sand here is, like, volcanic sand. So, it's, like, really hard to, like, run in it. And it's one of the big challenges. So, when we did the movie review of Letters from Iwo Jima, Kiribayashi, who, oddly enough, even though he made us pay for every mile of this island, he's one of the good guys, or one of the better people amongst Japanese generals. There was one jerk on Facebook who wrote a book bitching and moaning about his what do you call it? His role in the Battle of Hong Kong. But realistically, he was not like really the kind of guy who did anything other than do his job. And he didn't go out of his way to be a dick about it. Yo, thanks for tuning in, Oris. We'll be tuning into your show in a little while, too. Then Oris bumped into a Terminator. Yo, I swear, we got to make, like, animations out of all these. Take Oris's VTuber and have him bump into a Terminator. I mean, how funny would that be? Like, Oris, like, VTuber Oris bumps into a Terminator. It's like... And the Terminator's eyes just turn red. Maybe makes, like, a cool noise, like a Zaku. Boom, like that little boom noise that the Zakus make. I think that would be cool. Let's watch more telescope pictures. We're going to cover up the... So, in this metal box is the computer. because so you don't really see it that well, but in that metal box back there is a desktop computer, full-blown desktop computer. Because let's just see if I have pictures of that outside. So this is what actually keeps the one time an animal camera temperature. That PVC jacket. We're gonna cover up the telescope because it's a bit cloudy outside. Now, real quick, I do have to put something to permanently attach this. Yeah, so I didn't edit this, so I'm gonna mute the audio. But yeah, something true through that. You can see some bite marks on the waterproof tape I put on there. I recently cleaned the optics. I actually took apart the back part of the telescope and cleaned it really thoroughly. So that means I got to get new calibration frames, but it also means that like I don't have dust motes in my pictures anymore. It also means that I'm going to be using digital like healing basically to freaking deal with dust motes in the old image sets that have dust on them. Now, some of these videos, I don't even know what's going to be on them, so we're going to just check. Okay, here's another one. See the camera goes into nighttime mode. Yo, there's a 3-alarm fire across the street today. I heard a noise. It sounded like someone dropping a cookie sheet in the kitchen, and then a bunch of sirens while I was taking a dump. So then when I finally went to look out the window, I see fire trucks from 10 houses down all the way to my house. It's 20 houses down and a little bit further. And I see a column of black smoke coming out of a house or a backyard over there. And unfortunately, some people did get injured. 4 firefighters got injured. But I don't think anyone died, which is good. But it sucks. And, I hope everyone's okay. But yeah, I don't know if it's at first I thought it was electric cars just because the black smoke. And I was like, well, but, obviously there's so many things in a house that can combust. Oh, Slim Nim sent a video. Is it that guy who does the videos about the...
Welcome to Fight Day. This is one of the most violent videos uploaded to the internet, not including war footage, masochistic fetishes, dangerous trends, and live streaming parkour gone wrong. Oh, these headbutts are brutal. I don't know what the deal is with these two dickheads, but they have a big-ass beef. There's also a third party on the way. She's like, boys, what is going on? What's this big-ass beef all about?
Oh, yes, there will be several coral reefs that were not only made by, but were designed with ships. Certain ships were scuttled after retirement to make a reef, and other ones were just not lucky. Yeah, it's a running joke about the Iranian Navy. I saw this guy made a joke. He was like, oh, he was doing an impersonation of the president. He's like, oh, we are making big, beautiful coral reefs in the... I forgot how he phrased it, but he did it in that bombastic tone when, he's patting himself on the back. But it's some retarded shit celebrating environmentalism when that's literally was the last thing on the list of objectives. Let's get back on topic with the turtles because this is great, Slim. And thank you for this.
Tell you, bloody Terry over here raided me earthworm pantry and pissed in me lettuce garden, so I'm fucking him up. Oi, nah, it wasn't me, replies Terry, stuck on his back. I've been framed. It was AI. It was the AI version of me. Shut up. There's no AI version of you. There's an AI Will Smith. Even he doesn't commit crimes against tortoises. He just eats spaghetti. Yes. Flip me. Yes, you're a national treasure, Fiona. Shut up, or you both be in for a shit mixing. One of you is spreading mis or disinformation. I don't know what the difference is, but I don't like it. A big guy coming through. Welcome to Terry's house of pain. Yeah, nah, screw yous guys. Fuck you in particular, Fiona. It took me so many headbutts to get Terry onto his back. I'm getting out of here. I'm going back to me farm to rebuild it. I've got a lot to do. See you, mate. Bye, Jasper. Dude, take that. Fuck you up, I will. Yeah, get your neck out of my neck bit of the shell. No, you put your neck in my neck bit. I'm not in your neck bit. You are. You're right up in my neck bit. Be gone from my neck bit. Oh, fine. Oh, we're stuck in each other's neck bits. Yeah, well, that was obviously going to happen. Welcome to Fight Day. This is one of the most...
So stupid. Okay, that's the camera on the back of the telescope. And I think I know how I got so much dust in there. I used to put the outdoor cover on. I think I dropped something on the ground. That's what I'm looking for. I used to put a fan under the outdoor cover to cool the camera down so that I could do calibrations while it's, even, when it's covered. is usually the cover would trap the heat even in the winter. And, well, anyway, I think that drew in a lot of dust and pollen, and it looks like my network connection is being really... Oh, okay, there's just nothing to see. Yeah, one of these days I'll use this as source material for something. Is this playing in slow motion? Oh, it is the computer. Yeah, I doubt we have a video of the inside of the computer. What do we... Let's see if we have anything random here. Anything random. Any old random video. Oh, is this a Reggie weather report? I don't think this is ready. I don't think this is ready at all. Oh no, this is, yeah, it's not ready yet. It needs some processing. No.
Broken my heart. Regrets and melancholy, bitterness and rancor.
To find the perhaps they decided they had code. Embarrassing rags the close of our last episode, you may recall Crusader Rabbit and Rags the Tiger had successfully concluded another campaign. However, like most men of action, our modest friends were ill at ease, embarrassed by so much attention. So at the very first opportunity, they took leave of the grateful citizens and headed directly south to find the balmy waters of the Gulf Coast, the gateway to the romantic Caribbean.
Damn it, I can't remember the name of it right now. It's
each year to forget their woes while basking in the tropic sun. A spot like this would indeed put our two warriors back in shape after their strenuous campaign. And sure enough, as we look in today, we find them enjoying a short but restful cruise. Guests of the city of New Orleans. The Gulf provides some of the world's finest fishing, and so once underway, our boys wasted little time before trying their luck.
But I think I need to offset, adjust the offset settings. I'm using the Reality Sonic
Crusader
pad,
has a
and
bite.
I got access to Moonraker and all of that over my network, main scale, whatever they call it, so I can edit the config file. Is there like a known default setting for the offset, like, so I can dial in the basic settings? I've already updated my Z-axis offset, so you can reuse that number. But I need to have, the updated number so that when it programs to bed, it
they
doesn't
decided they hadn't been going at it on a large enough scale. Ah, success. Well, now that's more like it.
Golly, what a fish! I know. Let's take his picture. Watch the birdie.
Golly, he must have shrunk. Hey, look, a note. Let's see what it says. Help. Pirates attacking. Longitude.
That was enough for Rags.
Pirates, huh? I'll fix them.
But Crusader was just a little more practical.
Hold it, Rags. There aren't any pirates anymore. That message is probably 100 years old.
Oh, gee. We're too late.
But then, as Rags' keen eyes scanned the pile of refuse, he stiffened.
Yeah, no pirates, huh? What about them?
Pittsburgh pirates stronger than ever.
Is this cartoon doing it for anyone? Or is this a little bit of a dull cartoon here? But, I mean, you know, like I said, I just went into the archives. If you ever wanted to know how... Wait, yes, there are several coral reefs. Wait, if I wanted to know how, what? To do this?
This was overwhelming. There it was in black and white. Why read further?
Why doesn't somebody tell me these things? Pirates, huh? Well, we'll fix them once and for all.
And so the two warriors vowed that they would drive these pirates from the seas, or perish in the attempt. Of course, to hunt pirates, one needs a seaworthy vessel. And so our two friends quickly set about fashioning one from material supplied by the garbage scow. Thus, in almost less time than it takes to tell, their good ship, the Robert E. Leake, had taken form. Now all is ready, and after a simple ceremony, Rags starts the mighty little warship down the wave. And into the Gulf's blue waters. Thus begins a crusade that is destined to take our lads across 3 1/2 of the 7 seas, to the very haunts of Black Bilge, the pirate. But wait, what's this? Do you suppose the tiny vessel is not quite watertight?
Man the pumps!
Aye, aye, sir.
But though our friends bailed with all their might, they could not regain the surface. Then, just when they were about to give up hope, old Mother Nature stepped up and lent a hand. What happened? Why, the tide went out. And so, with the water down to their level and all the major leaks repaired, our two sailors set out for the fabulous Caribbean. South and east they went, borne by the favorable trade winds, until on the horizon they spotted the foreboding silhouette of old Morro Castle, ancient rampart before the harbor of Havana, Cuba. Here, 300 years before, the castle's cannon had driven off attacking pirates.
Cannon? Say, that's right. We'll need a cannon.
In no time at all, Crusader and Rags had made their way ashore. Old Morro's cannon had once...
Take a look at that before I get us in trouble with the video I was just playing, huh?
Hey, Jim, how did you do that rubber band wizardry trick thing? I can't do it. What did you do? All right, calm down, guys. I'll show you how I did it.
Okay, we're going to do some rubber band wizardry. Let me know if the sound is too loud.
This is probably my favorite magic trick of all time. It only involves these two rubber bands, and
let me explain why I'm so silent. I just wanted to see if we can get the 3D printer working, because that's, unlike the scanner, I think we have a chance. So I should tell you a little story real quick. So I bought a piece of hardware for my 3D printer yesterday, because I broke the hot end on my 3D printer. So, like Dragonfly BMS hot end. So I kind of broke this, right? This is called a hot end. And the way it works is there's a piece that goes inside this hole. It's a heating element that can use up to 60 watts, and a temperature sensor goes here. And sometimes if you got melted plastic on here, you got to heat it up and clean it. Well, when you screw the nozzle on, this part turns. And if this part turns and starts moving too freely, you have to get like a long 2mm, hex bit. And there's a screw on the underside of the blue heat sink. This is called the heat break. This prevents the heat from creeping up and melting your material, your filament, right? The plastic that goes through the nozzle. So I didn't really have that option, and I didn't know if that was going to work anyway, so I figured I'd do an upgrade. So the upgrade I did was this right here. So what makes this special is a direct drive extruder. So normally on a 3D printer like mine, you have a motor over here on the left that pushes the filament through a tube, and then it goes through the hot end, which is what you saw in the picture over here. But that can have certain problems, especially with softer material. So a direct drive extruder solves those problems, but in exchange for that solution, you now have a heavier, thing on the end, which some people argue can cause some problems, but I don't think it's going to be a problem at all, to be honest. So the other thing is, this design is just a cleaner design because my old hot end was a hot mess, ironically enough. This one here, it has a part fan that's easy to replace, so if you get dust and it wears out, you can easily replace it. But the idea is that while you're printing, it cools down the part by blowing air on it, but it doesn't run the fan on the first layer, because the first layer, you need adhesion. You need it to adhere or stick to the bed. But mainly, this has everything built into it. It's got the heating cartridge. It's got, it can support up to 500 degrees Celsius. It, in theory, is, the best affordable, all-in-one component you can get. So, I installed it. It was pretty straightforward. The wires were clearly labeled. And then in the picture here, you can see this little thing here. This is called the CR Touch. I used to have a BL Touch. So the BL Touch has a little probe, and what it does is it moves down towards the bed to measure how far away from the bed it is. Basically, once you set the offset, it knows how far the nozzle is from the bed. So I got that dialed in. It knows how far away needs to go down. It knows when it's going down and when to stop, and it knows how to be the right distance from the bed so that the nozzle has a sub-millimeter gap between the bed and the nozzle. The problem is this is over here and this is over here. My old probe used to be right next to it. So those offsets are wrong. So I need to dial in the numbers, the coordinates, for where this is with relation to this, so that when it probes the bed, it knows that it needs to move this to where the nozzle is now. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually do a little experiment here. We're going to take a screenshot, and we're going to see if, after I update the settings, this ends up in the same place. So we're going to watch the video Slim Nimi gave us about the rubber band, and I'm going to figure this out real quick.
Bands. I literally bought them from Staples, this huge bag of them, and the reason why I bought a big bag is because every time I perform this trick, I like to give the person afterwards the 2 rubber bands so they can sit there for hours, sitting there going like this. How did you do that? So, but here's exactly how it works. Right from the get-go, you are doing exactly what you're saying. You're going to put 1 rubber band on your pointer middle finger over here, and 1 rubber band on your pointer middle finger over here. You actually are going to put 1 rubber band behind the other. You don't start in any other trickery way or anything. The trick is set up like you say, 1 rubber band behind the other on your pointer fingers and your thumbs. Then what you do is you talk to them a little bit about there's no way that you can get these apart. You can't come through any direction, and all this is true. And then you say you can't pull through one another, which is true. You can't pull through one another. But while I'm doing that pull action, here's what I'm actually doing with my hands. Right up here, whichever hand your more dominant hand, your left or your right, I'm right-handed, so I'm going to do it with my right. I'm going to take my middle finger and put it on top of my pointer finger. Then, when I pull back, that rubber band actually goes onto my middle finger here, leaving my pointer finger free. What I do with my pointer finger...
You want to see a cool browser plugin? So I click on a button up here. Wait, it's not working.
Then is I put it right next to the thumb and pull up like this. So it looks kind of complicated here, but once I let go with my middle finger back here and I bring that back to the rubber band, that rubber band will actually be on the opposite side like that. So now they're already disconnected. One more time, here's what I did. I say can't come through the fingers, can't come through each other, and as I pull back, goes on to my middle finger. I put my pointer finger in the rubber band, and I come back and drop that middle finger. Now, I just make some motions of saying like rubbing, but making the magic happen later than it really did, but those are already separated. So you're just rubbing here, rubbing here, rubbing here, making it look like they're still behind each other, and then slowly pulling through for a really cool effect. Some people like to stay here, and then they use their ring finger, and they pop the rubber band so it looks like it came through, so it's like that. I don't like that as much. I like to rub slowly and come off all the way down to like one string and then pull right through. One other thing about this trick is people's tendency when you do this quick move back here, and they come back, they push the two rubber bands together really hard.
Got a new opening? Oh, good. We'll take a look at that next.
You don't want to show them separated, so you push together really hard. But then this image looks really bad too. You have to practice on getting them right back together without them breaking that line and being just two straight lines. And give them that angle there. That looks better than this, if that makes any sense to you. Give them that angle there to look at, and you rub, and then pull right through. So practice this trick a lot before you perform it. Hey Jim, how did you do that rubber band wizardry trick thing? I can't do it. What did you do? All right, calm down, guys. I'll show you how I did it. It only involves these two rubber bands, and they're not gimmick, because every time do, sitting there going like this. The person afterwards the two rubber bands so they can sit there for hours sitting there going like this. How did you do that? So, but here's exactly how it works. Right from the get-go, you are doing exactly what you're saying. You're going to put one rubber band on your pointer and middle finger over here, and one rubber band on your pointer and middle finger over here. You actually are going to put one rubber band behind the other. You don't start in any other trickery way or anything. The trick is set up like you say, one rubber band behind the other on your pointer fingers and your thumbs. Then what you do is you talk to them a little bit about there's no way that you can get these apart. You can't come through any direction, and all this is true. And then you say you can't pull through one another, which is true. You can't pull through one another. But while I'm doing that pull action, here's what I'm actually doing with my hands. Right up here, whichever hand your more dominant hand, your left or your right, I'm right-handed, so I'm going to do it with my right. I'm going to take my middle finger and put it on top of my pointer finger. Then, when I pull back, that rubber band actually goes onto my middle finger here, leaving my pointer finger free. What I do with my pointer finger then is I put it right next to the thumb and pull up like this. So it looks kind of complicated here, but once I let go with my middle finger back here and I bring that back to the rubber band, that rubber band will actually be on the opposite side like that. So now they're already disconnected. One more time, here's what I did. I say can't come through the fingers, can't come through each other, and as I pull back, goes onto my middle finger. I put my pointer finger in the rubber band, and I come back and drop that middle finger. Now, I just make some motions of saying like rubbing, but making the magic happen later than it really did, but those are already separated. So you're just rubbing here, making it look like they're still behind each other, and then slowly pulling through for a really cool effect. Some people like to stay here, and then they use their ring finger, and they pop the rubber band so it looks like it came through, so it's like that. I don't like that as much. I like to rub slowly and come off all the way down to like one string and then pull right through. One other thing about this trick is people's tendency when you do this. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jim, and this is one of my favorite magic tricks of all. These are real rubber band and our thumb and pointer finger on this hand. We're actually going to put the one rubber band behind the other so our hands stay connected and they can't go too far apart. Again, there's no way to like move your hands to get these separated. It's just one rubber band right behind the other. You can't go through the fingers. You can't pull them through each other. But if you rub fast enough, just like this, and you rub, those rubber bands will actually start to separate fast enough right behind the other. You can't go way to like move your hands to get these separated. It's just one rubber band right behind the other. You can't go through the fingers. You can't pull them through each other. But if you rub fast enough, just like this, and you rub, those rubbers, you can't pull them through each other. But if you rub fast and right behind the other. Again, there's no way to like move your hands to get these separated.
Watch the fingers at the top.
It's just one rubber band right behind the other. You can't go through the fingers. You can't pull them through each other. Can't pull them through each other.
Right there.
But pull them through each other. You can't go through the fingers. You can't pull them through each other. them through each other. You can't pull them through each other.
It happens right there. It happens in a split second. Well, anyway, now
each other. But if you rub
Am I in the right place? Yep, I'm in the right place. This is what inspired the other dance where you have the stroke on the floor inspired Reggie's dance, but this is good too. I understand the tricks for him. I just want to see him do it in a deceptive way. You just write a Japanese character and get it translated on my chat because I have the Japanese translation plugin. Is that what you just did? IJ? Is that what you just did? Oh my god, that worked! That worked! I put my mouse over it, converts it back and forth. And when you told me the prompt you used for one of these, it was like so simple. I was like, I thought you would have had to do way more for it. It's pretty cool. I feel like you did into the peace signs though. Maybe. Oh, I never seen Powerpuff Girls Z, but I can kind of see the colors in the back. I like the Pantone color thing going on, whatever they call that. Not absolutely necessary, but I would totally try something on Reggie. I need to figure out how to make a prompt for Reggie, so the only reason I use your prompt is to figure out how to structure my prompt. What place from them is other video. I do want to
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Step into my world, it's a pixel dream. Retro vibes and magic on every screen. Telling tales with a wink and a smile. Stay with me and laugh for a while. High school scores rise and hearts on fire. Every word lifts us higher. Adventure calls, are you ready to go? I'll lead the way, let it flow. Cuteness overload, sparkle in my eyes. Weaving little stories under neon skies.
I am the biggest fan of Judge Dredd. That's Judge Dredd, D-E-D. That's like one of my favorites.
It's our time to shine. LCX.
Like you take a dystopian dark character and then like combine it with a cute anime character. That shit's hilarious.
Forever divine. Heroes and dreams, I'll bring them to life. Plot twists, turns, and a hint of strife. Pixel perfect tales just for you. Happy endings always come true. High scores rise and hearts on fire. Every word lifts us higher. Adventure calls, are you ready to go? I'll lead the way, let it flow. Cuteness overload, sparkle in my eyes. Weaving little stories under neon skies. Level up the love, it's our time to shine. LCX forever divine. Heroes and dreams, I'll bring them to life. Plot twists, turns, and a hint of strife. Pixel perfect tales just for you. Happy endings always come true. Heroes and dreams, I'll bring them to life. Plot twists, turns, and a hint of strife. Pixel perfect tales just for you. Happy endings always come true. Happy endings always come true. High scores rise and hearts on fire. Every word lifts us higher. Adventure calls, are you ready to go? I'll lead the way, let it flow. Cuteness overload, sparkle in my eyes. Weaving little stories under neon skies. Level up the love, it's our time to shine. LCX forever divine. Ow. Forever divine. Oh, forever divine.
I would buy a framed version of that, or I would print that and frame it. It's a good year-end picture that you drew. It's just a nice, includes everyone's names. Right, so I need to watch what the printer's doing. So it's basically looks like it's doing better than before now that I've got some of the settings in there, but I have a feeling it's moving. There we go, right there. Okay, I took a screenshot of the starting, but here's what happens when I run the mesh calibrate command. That is the output near the last quarter. Okay, Reggie says that error is not random. Clippers tell me, Clippers, the firmware and the software telling me that the probe location is being pushed past your y-axis limit. What the error means is 66 is fine, 23 exceeds your printer's 220 by 235 depending on config. So during mesh, Clippers tried to place the probe at y230, which is out of bounds. Why this happens? With your sprite offsets 36 by 40, Clipper calculates position plus offset. So near the back of the bed, nozzle might be at Y190, probe ends up at Y190 plus 40. The real issue is the mesh limits are too aggressive. Your bed section likely has something like this. Okay, so let's take a look. Is that the same link, Slim Nim? I don't want to, play a new link without playing the one.
Welcome back to Trick Central, your place for everything tricky and magical. And speaking of magical, my buddy Derek Ostavani is back in the house to teach us something really cool that we were going over at dinner the other day. We went to the Magic Castle. We just came back from an audition for a game show. Having some good fun with you this weekend, and you're going to teach us something cool with straws. And it's something I have not seen before. Now, I've seen a version of this with twist ties for like sandwich bags where you twist it together and you lock your thumbs, and I won't tell you the secret yet, but this is like a version of that. I've never seen this done with straws. He showed it to me and I said, you gotta show this to my friends and my fans, so let's see how this works.
Cool, man, thanks for having me back, Rich. So yeah, this is cool because, straws are pretty organic. Any fast food or restaurant, you can get straws. So what we'll do is we'll place one on top of the other and we're gonna tie it together. So it's nice and tight, it's not coming off anywhere. In fact, we'll put one more knot in it, so it's really nice and secure in there. And if you just blow, it literally melts apart. We'll do this with a couple of different color straws, right? Same thing, we'll just tie it around it, so it's definitely on there. You can see
that went around, I saw that.
Not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, we'll tie it a second time, so it's nice and secure. And if you just blow, you can actually melt that sucker right off. And you can hand this out for inspection.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Little souvenir. Let's do this one more time. I'll show you from my perspective this time. Place one on top of the other. Really lock that sucker in there.
There's no doubt that's on there.
Okay. As a matter of fact, we'll do it a second time. Get a second knot in there, and it's really in there tight. And if you just blow,
and you lock your thumbs, and I won't tell you the secret yet, but this is like a version of that. I've never seen this done with straws. He showed it to me and I said, you gotta show this to my friends and my fans, so let's see how this works.
Cool, man, thanks for having me back, Rich. So yeah, this is cool because, straws are pretty organic. Any fast food or restaurant, you can get straws. So what we'll do is we'll place one on top of the other and we're gonna tie it together. So it's nice and tight, it's not coming off anywhere. In fact, we'll put one more knot in it, so it's really nice and secure in there. And if you just blow, it literally melts apart. We'll do this with a couple of different color straws, right? Same thing, we'll just tie it around it, so it's definitely on there. You can see
that went around, I saw that.
Not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, we'll tie it a second time, so it's nice and secure. And if you just blow, you can actually melt that sucker right off. And you can hand this out for inspection.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Little souvenir. Let's do this one more time. I'll show you from my perspective this time. Place one on top of the other. Really lock that sucker in there.
There's no doubt that's on there.
Okay. As a matter of fact, we'll do it a second time. Get a second knot in there, and it's really in there tight.
Okay.
And if you just wait, it melts right off.
So what's interesting about this is when you pull it through, there's different methods. You can make it mystical, you can have someone rub it, you can do whatever. But what's interesting, when you pull it through, you instantly let them pop open. And I feel like if there was a moment longer of them just staying apart like this, it's kind of like, whoa, that sinks in. It's like those things were really just V's, it's kind of cool. Sense. But what's interesting is there's a thing with twist ties I used to do where you can actually have them go around each hand and then there's that, the crisscross in the middle actually does come apart, but then you actually let people twist the twist ties around your thumbs and you're now therefore locked like handcuffs, but you can still come apart secretly. They don't know it.
But it looks like it's totally tied up.
But it really does, yeah. It's hilarious. Yeah, you see a lot of MCs, here's a microphone stand, and they're like, I'm totally locked, I can't do anything. And they open their hands, go through the mic, they come back here, and they're stuck on the mic or through a chair or through a leg. It's hilarious.
Or they do behind a jacket. There's multiple ways.
It's hilarious. So this is like kind of like a version of that, but done with straw. So let's show them step by step up close exactly what you do.
We have color coded for your viewing pleasure. One goes on top of the other. You're gonna make a cross. The bottom one is gonna wrap all the way around, like 360, and come back through.
So a true actual wrap.
Exactly.
That's legit. Okay.
Right? Totally wrapped around there. So you can show them that it's wrapped. You can show them that you basically made a knot. We're gonna make a second knot. In reality, you're kind of undoing this knot. So what happens is this is gonna go around like this.
The one that's on top. Okay, this is cool.
Yep, and that goes down as this one here. Down there is gonna kick up.
Now when you say kick up, can you undo that one and show what that means?
Yeah, so basically you're making almost like a U with both of them.
Okay.
But they're intertwined in that center part, because this is basically where you're left. Is one is wrapped around the other corner like that. And because of all the motion, it looks like you already have one knot.
You made one legitimate knot, so it looks like you're kind of repeating that again from another direction.
Right, they're never going to think you're undoing the knot. It looks like you're making a second knot.
So you're essentially just sliding it apart.
Exactly, and what's cool is that sometimes right here, it's kind of stuck, so it actually where you're left. Yeah, so basically when that goes down, basically mean a knot all show them step down like 360 and come back through.
So a true actual wrap.
Exactly.
That's legit. Okay.
Right? Totally wrapped around there. So you can show them that it's wrapped, you can show them that you basically made a knot, and we're gonna make a second knot. In reality, you're kind of undoing this knot. So what happens is this is gonna go around like this.
The one that's on top, okay, this is cool.
Yep, and that goes down as this one here, down there is gonna kick up.
Now when you say kick up, can you undo that one and show what that means?
Yeah, so basically you're making almost like a U with both of them.
Okay, okay,
right?
okay.
Oh my God.
But they're intertwined in that center part. Because this is basically where you're left. Is one is wrapped around the other corner like that. And because of all the motion, it looks like you're creating, you already have one knot.
You made one legitimate knot, so it looks like you're kind of repeating that again from another direction.
Right, they're never going to think you're undoing the knot. It looks like you're making a second knot.
So you're essentially sliding it apart.
Exactly, and what's cool is that sometimes right here, it's kind of stuck, so it actually sells a little bit more. And you can kind of cover it with the thumb and just sell it, and I blow a little bit, and you can actually melt it right off. All right, let's do it from a different angle. This goes on top of this one. The bottom is going to wrap all the way around and come back over. You're going to essentially switch these two and kick this one up. So what this looks like is like this, that switches, and this gets kicked up. That's cool. It happens all in one motion.
4枚カードを使います。1、2、3、4枚ですね。でこれ何かというと、スペードのエース。スペードのエースが、4枚あるんですね。で、今からですね、こちらのカードを使って、ひっくり返っていくマジックをお見せいたします。といってもこんな感じで、直接的にひっくり
I got a few beers. I must remember how many times did I write. Actually, it doesn't seem to be. I thought I added it. Yeah, I got the link here. Oh my God.
Like he wants to bite me, but I'm just saying that he's thirsty.
So I saw this flat Earth debate the other day. This chubby guy was debating. Oh shit! That's a different guy. So this guy was so retarded.
Nathan.
He kept calling this guy dressed like a chicken. He looks stupid, but he's just like fucking around. And this guy here, he kept like trying to like do semantic traps, and he's like, "Oh man, you're cooked, bro, you're cooked." And he's like, and then he used a word that he didn't know the meaning of. And this guy's like, "Do you even know what that word means?" Like, "It means this." And he's like, "Hell yeah, sure it does." And it was great because like the guy didn't know what the word meant.
If we could dissect it, if you guys could dissect it together as Ammon's
channel
requesting.
is the audio is really low on it.
I know. I want to talk about the Earth, bro.
But I think Ammon just wants to respond.
Okay, he can respond without me and bossing me around. So go ahead and respond, Amon, and then we can talk about the Earth and the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, let's go into the Artemis playlist.
You don't.
We got one last thing I think for the stream tonight, guys, and it's gonna be Artemis 2. I was gonna cover that earlier. I totally forgot, but I got a playlist up here. You can see we got live stream recording is not available. You know, I downloaded this. I downloaded this whole stream. I must have recorded it on C-SPAN. I'm kind of glad I did. See, this is why I record stuff. I hate when they take this shit down. So this is high-speed camera footage here.
GLS, go for your left.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers.
You want to know what that is? This is cool. So see that puff of smoke?
Great call out. The rocket is on its own.
So there's actually a APU. auxiliary power unit, which is basically a generator. And I once saw a picture. In fact, you can see the picture right here. And if you look here, you can see all this crap over here. So I don't know how they put all that stuff, especially when they used to use a reusable booster. I guess they just refurbished that. But you got a exhaust duct here. That's what you were seeing the smoke come out of, the exhaust. You got hydraulic reservoirs, hydraulic accumulators, hydraulic manifold, check valve, hydraulic pump, APU. So right here, this is like a little jet engine, or is it over here? I think it's over here. It's a terrible picture. Let's see if we can get a better picture of that. Oh, this is what the divers do when they recover the boosters back during the Space Shuttle program. They used to recover these. They would have to hook things up to them and basically float them up to the surface. I think it's like an air thing or something like that. I think they fill them up with air. So, yeah, the APU is... What the heck is the APU? Well, either way, there's like a little jet engine in there, similar to a helicopter engine. So when they turn on the APU, you get the little puff of exhaust from the starting, and then that powers the thing that moves the bottom. So
4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched.
Yep, there it is. They're moving the hydraulics.
Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go.
They're pumping water. They got the
10,
to get rid of the hydrogen.
9, 8, 7.
Hydrogen.
RS-25 engines lit.
These engage first, and then these don't decouple until they know these are working.
4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off.
GLS, go for area left.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off. Brave 10, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off. Is on its own. 4, 21. Booster ignition. And lift off. The crew of... Great call. Full rocket. And here we go. 21. Booster ignition. And lift off. Great voice. Our crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Slow motion. Oh, by the way, when the rocket launches, there's like a little cable car that gets released right over here. And there's 2 reasons they do that. So the cable car, there's actually a $6 Million Man episode where they're going up on a Saturn V and they have to, the rocket blows up, so they have to get out of the rocket. And that right there, you can see it right there, you can see it right there. See that little cable car? Right there. It's sliding down, so they get it out of the way because they don't want it to get destroyed while it's up there, so they kind of move it away. But if there was an emergency, the astronauts can get into this. It brings them to like a bunker, and they go down. They used to go down a slide. I think what they do now is they go into an armored vehicle. So they have a light armored vehicle. So they slide through this. They get out of the basket. They get into the light armored vehicle, and I think they just drive away. But the old days, they actually have a padded rubber room. And they go into that room, they go down like a little like escape slide, I think, and then they just sit in the rubber room while everything above them is vibrating like crazy. And they did this in a $6 Million Man episode once. It was super cool.
It is on its own. See. The crew 1. Booster ignition.
Look at all that water.
And lift off. The crew of...
Good roll.
It's darker because it's a high-speed camera. And look, you can see the baskets. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the flat earthers, they probably would say that they use these to escape. So the astronauts got on the rocket, and right before launch, they get into the baskets, and nobody notices, so they could pretend they went to space when they didn't, is what the flat earthers would say.
Great call out. The rocket is on.
Oh, good. We're going to see the water deluge.
And here we go.
Fire brick.
10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Good
roll pitch.
Good
Roger, roll pitch.
I think they use the tracking camera on this one.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
And time.
On milestone, Michigan.
Go for your left.
25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition.
Flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time standing by, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. Operation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirm separation. Main engines throttling up. Guidance converged.
Getting back on topic. So, Harvard educated, you say?
I'm in America's dumbest town. Name one book. Well, just name a book. Just name any book. Just name a book or something? Yeah. Any kind of book? Any book literally to ever exist. You're gonna be, I can't even get a wild guess. I really just don't know. I just can't. So you went to college? Yes, sir. I went here in Jackson. Then I went to Harvard. You went to Harvard? Yes, sir. How many sides are on a triangle? Oh, man, you just 5. It's 3. What about the bottom? What is 14 times 5?
200?
It's 70. What continent has the least amount of people?
Maybe the East?
I'm in America's dumbest town. Name one book. Well, just name a book. Just name any book. Just name a book or something? Yeah. Any kind of book? Any book literally to ever exist. You're gonna be, I can't even get a wild guess. I really just don't know. I just can't. So you went to college? Yes, sir. I went here in Jackson. Then I went to Harvard. You went to Harvard? Yes, sir. How many sides are on a triangle? Oh, man, you just 5. It's 3. What about the bottom? What is 14 times 5?
200?
It's 70. What continent has the least amount of people?
Maybe the East?
I'm in America's dumbest town. Name one book. Well, just name a book. Just name any book. Just name a book or something? Yeah. Any kind of book? Any book literally to ever exist. You're gonna be, I can't even get a wild guess. I really just don't know. I just can't. So you went to college? Yes, sir. I went here in Jackson. Then I went to Harvard. You went to Harvard? Yes, sir. How many sides are on a triangle? Oh, man, you just 5. It's 3. What about the bottom? What is 14 times 5?
200?
It's 70. What continent has the least amount of people?
Maybe the East?
I'm in America's dumbest town. Name one book. Well, just name a book. Just name any book. Just name a book or something?
Oh, cool. $6.99 is not bad. Great. Let's see what else we have. Maybe I need a new shirt. Oh, there's even a t-shirt version of this. I think I like this one. It looks kind of noir. Maybe I'll go with the noir style shirt. Or Nothing Burger. Nothing Burger is a good one. Might go with that one. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. It literally says Lexus. Hashtag, hashtag. She does that. She reads the hashtags that are there to tell the software it's a bold font. Nothing Burger. But yeah, I do like this one. It has an interesting noir style. We also have pillows. Do we have body pillows? I'm kidding. But no, I remember. Didn't you have like a Nagi set in like cartoon version? Like you drew it in your old backgrounds. It was like a Nagi or something similar, but it was like the ones with the pillowcases, the large pillowcase. Bath. Okay. A towel. I was about to say, I was like, what could you possibly be selling? That's kind of cool. That's one the problem about Spring. The towers are ungodly expensive. But if you really like your creators, you get the tower, right? These are pretty nice canvases. And this looks like a alien stealth fighter or something like that. And then if you want to get something cheap, the cheapest things you can get are usually the ornaments on a lot of these. These are made out of a porcelain material. Oh, that's an interesting hat. I don't normally wear hats, but if I went fishing, I'd wear that hat. Hello. Oh yeah, stickers would be good to have actually. Stickers are the cheapest thing you can get. I should get a sticker. That's what I would add to my order. I'm gonna pick a sticker. Oh look, it's Michelin. Misha, not Michelin. That's Misha. Save states, save lives. That'd probably be the one I get because I would have the T-shirt. Natural born shooter. Yo, like Logan, it's like scary and cute at the same time. That's female Logan, female LDP. Oh, look, it's Misha and Michelin. It's like very nice. I think I have like sometimes a Japanese lady comes up in my YouTube shorts and she's always wearing a hiked up skirt and playing golf. If you have time to complain about it, you have time to do something about it. That's true. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll go with this one. I might swap this out later, but I'm going to go with that one for now. That's a real pain in the butt when the exhaust sensor goes bad. I had a video a little bit back that describes why both of these work differently. Oh, my chat just jumped. Yeah, why did all my... Wait, why did I... Was I looking at it? Oh, here we are. Both of these work differently. What are the super heavy falls all the way... What if the super heavy falls all the way back through this atmosphere and doesn't flip? That would be awesome. So... Well, so with the boosters, they have parachutes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Those boosters don't have parachutes. So... One of the reasons why American rockets tend to launch over the ocean is to ensure that you never have debris hitting land. That's not as common in China and Russia, although Russia tends to be better about it. China tends to be the worst when it comes to that sort of thing. Hey, DJ Play Nice, good to see you, man. I'm sorry I didn't see your message earlier. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yeah, the stickers are the cheapest. Well, if I wasn't where I'm going, I wouldn't be there. $4 or $6. Yeah, it's about $6. They're Korean. Oh, the company's Korean. I didn't know that. That's not. Yeah, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is Creative Spring. Yeah. No matter where you go, there you are. Be bonsai. I want Lexus merch. Well, there's a ton of Lexus merch. Slim with an arrow. Those I get those golf girl videos too. That's what I used for the reference. Nice. You got the aesthetic right, L. That's exactly what happens in the golf. Like a little bit of cheek showing, you know, that's definitely what the golf girl videos consist of. And a Nothing Borgar, right? Yeah, that's right up your alley. So you want Lexus and Nothing Borgar Snow. And Snow says hi to DJ. Play Nice. DJ Play Nice. Same reason when you're looking for something that's always in the last place you looked. Yeah. That's super brutal, isn't it? I know the pain. Wherever you go, there you are. Isn't that a song? No, the golfer videos are Korean. Oh, yeah? I got a Japanese golfer. Let me see if I can find her. Actually, I'm not going to look for her right now. Because I'd have to go through a porn playlist to find her. The only way through is true.
A 230-foot rocket falling back to Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Engine first,
so
like a missile.
Interesting. First time this rocket came down, they were like 2 seconds away from like crashing it into the ground next to the tower because they had like a part of the end was kind of damaged, and they were worried that if any of the valves failed in the last second, it would lose control and destroy the tower. So they were like a second away from like just turning it here and hitting the ground.
while
It looked
another
like they
from
didn't
the
have to do
same
that.
launch is literally skydiving
Now, the
sideways
upper part,
at
the
thousands
Starship
of
part,
miles per
is
hour.
more interesting, but they had to do a lot of work to refine these wings to get them to like
That's not a
work
mistake.
without
That's
melting.
intentional. And the reason behind it might completely change how you think about rocket physics. Because here's the mystery. Why does Super Heavy dive straight down using its engines, while Starship does that insane belly flop and last-second flip? Same system, same mission, totally different behavior. The answer starts with speed. Super Heavy never reaches orbital velocity. It's moving fast, but nowhere near the
So the Starship has to slow down its speed, so it's using drag to bleed away some speed like the Space Shuttle used to do. When the Space Shuttle was landing, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't showing the video. Well, I'll describe it real quick. When the Space Shuttle was landing, it would do the S-turns because it would use the atmosphere to slow itself down. Whereas the booster, in this case, doesn't need to slow down because it hasn't been boosted to orbital velocities. So when you're coming back in from an orbit or orbital velocities, so what the video was showing was how this booster
That is lit
falls
rocket
straight
falling
down.
back to Earth, engine first like a missile, while of miles per hour. That's not a mistake. That's intentional. And the reason behind it might completely change how you think about rocket physics. Because here's the mystery. Why does Super Heavy dive straight down using its engines, while Starship does that insane belly flop and last-second flip? Same system, same mission, totally different orbital velocity. It's moving fast, but nowhere near the 17,500 miles per hour or 28,000 kilometers per hour that Starship hits in orbit. And here's the key. Kinetic energy scales with velocity squared. That means Starship isn't just a little more energetic, it's carrying tens of times more energy during re-entry. So what happens if you try to slow that down using engines alone?
Self-green stickers
You'd
are better
need
than
an
Chinese
absurd
any day
amount
of
of
the week.
fuel, so much that the rocket becomes useless for carrying payloads. That's why Super Heavy can rely on engines. It flips, fires its Raptors, and cancels its velocity directly. Simple, brutal, effective. But Starship, it has to fight physics differently. At hypersonic speeds, the air itself becomes the enemy. Compression heating can reach several thousand degrees Fahrenheit. So instead of slicing through the air, Starship does the opposite. It spreads out. That belly flop increases drag massively, using Earth's atmosphere as a giant brake, bleeding off speed without burning fuel. But now comes the hardest part. You're falling sideways at hundreds of miles per hour, and you need to land upright. This is where SpaceX pulled off something insane. At the last seconds, Starship fires its engines and uses thrust to flip a 160-foot, 100-ton vehicle from horizontal to vertical, perfectly timed. Too early, you waste fuel. Too late, you crash. So here's the real takeaway. Super Heavy uses
So see all
brute,
that ice
you
there?
crash.
It's like I think that's like 300 pounds or 400 pounds of ice. And I was thinking to myself, like, does that ice, waste a lot of fuel? Like, if you could get the ice to fall off the rocket right before it leaves the launch pad, would you get more efficiency out of it? Like, I don't know, if you put like electric heaters on out. So actually, no, you probably don't want that because then you would heat up the fuel.
So here's the real takeaway. Super Heavy uses brute force, engines to fight motion. Starship uses finesse, air to kill speed, then engines to finish the job. Two completely different physics solutions to the same problem, survival. And this is exactly what makes full reusability and future missions
Now, here's let me see if I can find one last thing, and I'm gonna wrap up. I want to see the one that fell. There was that's not cool. I want to see the one where the Blue Origin rocket looks like it's falling. It looked really cool.
Today, we got rather used in place with an energetic material and an anchor element. It seems like this type of system is being used immediately.
I don't think I'm going to find the video I'm looking for right now, but there was a video where it looks like the Blue Origin rocket is falling like because of the way it's landing. It was just really interesting.
The first touchdown.
Okay, so I don't know which one it is, but a while ago I saw a video and you're seeing the Blue Origin rocket, but you're seeing it from below, so it looks like it's falling. Like it was just an interesting angle. It was a very interesting camera. Oh, yeah, it's the robot girl.
Whoa, would you look at that? Yo! Woo!
Yeah, actually, she's really good at this. She does usually the doll performances, but she does, like, I guess, YouTube shorts where she's kind of dressed hotly, too.
Ooh, she's good! Oh, it's crazy. Her head bop is crazy. Damn. Damn. Okay. Okay. Hey, hey, hey.
Really? Who's fiction?
Kids.
Draw. Fiction. Oh yeah, it's literally his song. She does a lot of different videos of different songs, so maybe she does take it easy. She also uses similar moves to like things when they're doing a grand opening of the store or something like that. She'll also do work like she's doing the same thing.
Charade.
I wanted to open this in Firefox. It takes up less RAM. Wait, I lost my Firefox browser. Here it is.
Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, my boy, Fiction!
Oh yeah, same video. Person actually make the doll dances like that. Huh. They made a doll that dances. That's pretty wild. Get Reggie to dance. Okay, we get Reggie to dance. I mean, we can probably get Reggie to dance like that. I'll learn a bit from how drops work. You guys figure out how to like reference different things. Keep it simple. That's easy to fix. to 16 years ago. I want to see if I can find Vanilla BB real quick. I think she changed her channel name. So I may have a archived version of a playlist where I can match it up. Here we go. Okay, I found. What was interesting was during the holidays, she started doing some relatively respectful stuff. So apparently she changed the name to Baby Slow's Dance World. And like I said, during the holidays, she's doing some wholesome content for a minute there. Because I was like, I guess she left the, doing hot stuff videos. But this is like probably more.
我们这辈老仔脖子上喜欢挂玉牌，香炉灯台上摆，长大才开白黄。
Too generic. I want to find something that's distinctly her style. And here's something. This probably be like. What the boo? You're not having it. You're not having it. Let me see. Get one more. I want to try to find something. Oh my god. Anyway. I haven't watched it. Oh look, she's doing Sailor Moon. I want to find. There's been a lot since the holidays, man. I'm trying to find something like, like family friendly, I mean, I'm not saying these are not family friendly. I mean, these are technically safe for work, but. Oh wait, maybe it's the longer videos. But she had these dance battle videos too. She might have re-curated her content, or not. It's the same channel, but it's the same playlist.
由电视台录制的节目播出了，我们一起来看一下吧。
Maybe that's always been a name. Maybe Baby Slow translates to Vanilla BB, because I swear that used to be her name. Anyway, you get the idea. So you're not about it, huh, Snow? Whoa. Is that like stop action? Or is that a person dressed up? Years ago. That's the okay. The other video is 2014. This is 16 years ago. And it's definitely really ball. Like it's got stiff joints. And her legs are literally boxy. Legs are rectangular. Engineered construct. I mean, it looks kind of like it might be because I see a track on the floor. And I felt like I watched a video earlier, uploaded 25 years ago, and I felt like dying of old. Yeah, that other chick was cute. Can you drag them in the snow? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Didn't Jolly have a commercial like that? I think Snow Dub, not Snow, but Snow Dub had a commercial that it was called the Ball Bra. And it was this old guy who kept tripping on his balls, and the commercial had like the 90s voice, like, "Are you tired of tripping on your balls?" And like the guy's like, why do I suddenly want to play Lemons? So apparently my 3D printer's not responding to me anymore. I gotta go down there and like reset it. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to plug a smart outlet into it right now. I think it's think before you sleep. I will not think before I sleep. I listen to audiobooks before I sleep. But yeah, so Aris is streaming right now. He's playing Dragon Ball Z. Not anymore, but he's playing a game. So I'm going to go install a smart outlet in my 3D printer and reset it right now. Ronnie, we're going to be honest. I can hardly hear you over the tube. Oh, okay. Well, you can hear me now, right? You can hear me now? Sure you can hear me now. Well, as I was saying, we're going to raid Aris. I forgot what to say. Thank you for the heads up. And we're not going to be honest. You're going to be honest. Nobody else was honest. You're the only person, Slimnim, who was honest. Everyone else decided to keep it to themselves that they couldn't hear me. Nah, I'm messing with you guys. That's Soul Calibur 2 for PlayStation 2. Or maybe it's for the PS2. They made Soul Calibur for the IBM PS2. See? That's a PS2. That's a PS2 right there. It says it. PS2? Okay, well, since you typed it out, I can't even make that joke. But thank you, Slimnim. And yeah, I'm going to go raid Aris, but I'm not going to go say anything in the chat until I get back to my desk. Because I want to put a smart outlet on this 3D printer. Because I'm getting this error message. I tried restarting the firmware, and it could be switched. Oh, yeah, could be a switch. Oh, yeah, it is switched. I can see the star in the corner of the screen. See? That's switched. Yeah, you're right. So I'm going to go and reset this 3D printer. But, from the bottom of my heart and the bottom of the chat, I do want to thank Low Spec Linux Gaming for hanging out on the Rumble side of this. I don't think anybody else came to Rumble. Let's make sure. We did have one bot who is trying to sell us some Christian link that probably contained a virus. I also want to thank Lude, Gamer Overrated Pro, Game Gear Goddess, Slim Nim, Snow, To Witness. Oh, I get it. To Witness is like T-O, but you read the word T-E-W as like T-O. I think that's what you're doing there. DJ Play Nice is also here. We also had RS218 who's streaming right now. We also had Renee, Lady Mist, who has an early morning at work. Hopefully she sleeps well. Of course, beyond that, we had Awesome One and Crazy Horse 1985 was here. It's great seeing Crazy Horse here tonight. Thanks for tuning in. And we also had Einstein. I know Einstein is somewhere in the middle of the chat there, but he was definitely here. It was good, chatting with Einstein. Probably needs a plate calibration. Well, unlike the telescope, we don't do plate solving, but you're not entirely off. So I did the homing. There's some limit switches. So the limit switches should say all, but there are other boundaries in the config file. And because this thing is so far forward compared to the old one, we had to tell it that it's allowed to go a bit more back. So we took care of that because I basically, even though, yes, every unit is unique, I shouldn't necessarily need a ruler if this is generic enough. It's a standardized part on a standardized printer. I can get precise measurements later if I want to be sure. Problem is when I started heating up the new hot end, it had an issue with the temperature. My guess is I got to calibrate the thermistor. So there's a routine it does where it heats up the nozzle, but it does this sawtooth pattern on the graph. And what it's doing is it's measuring how long it takes for it to cool down when it lays off on the power. And then based on that information, it then figures out how to modulate the power, almost like pulse width modulation of LEDs, in order to maintain a flat line on any given temperature, or at least whatever temperature you calibrate for. But generally, it tends to apply to other temperatures. So I realized I had this calibrated for my old hot end, and I think it needs to be calibrated for the new hot end. I'm hoping that's all it is. So if that fails, I'll have a smart outlet that will allow me to turn off the printer remotely. So that's the plan. So once again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I'll be tuning into RS218 in a moment. And if anyone has any questions, comments, or ideas in the replay, anybody watching on the replay, if you have any questions, comments, ideas, or concerns, please leave a comment. And for now, we shall hereby end the transmission. Oh, and I believe Elle has a stream tomorrow morning. Yes, every morning at noon, Eastern time, you may want to tune into LCX. I figured I mentioned that because I've been going to bed early lately. Although tonight I'm going to be going to bed late, but I will probably tune in around noon, 1 o'clock. Does my Stream Elements bot work? I don't think it does. That's unfortunate. I'll drop a link to that. I saw that you already had the stream scheduled, L, so we can drop that link there. So we're going to take the stream link for Bloodstained and tomorrow morning. And by tomorrow morning, I mean this afternoon. So this coming afternoon, L will be playing Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night. Sounds very dark, but not that dark. And the moon is inaccurate. Neil deGrasse Tyson would be like, the moon is wrong. These are not the right craters. Or something like that. Okay, jokes aside. The hot end might not be the problem. It could be your filament. Oh, the filament, while yes, that could impact temperatures, we really haven't gotten to the point of really, the filament can change behavior, but in this case, it's definitely the hot end because, like, you don't really get major behavioral changes out of the sensors with the heating and all of that. Like, yes, the filament will have different characteristics the way it behaves when it's heated, but it doesn't really throw the temperature readings off a whole lot. While it can be good to calibrate for different filaments, you really, I generally don't find myself needing to do that. But like I said, this is a major swap out. We swapped out a completely different hot end for a completely different hot end. So I think my theory will hold true. The bigger issue is I'm concerned of the unexpected. Like, I do the calibrate command and something else happens. At that point, it could just be some wiring fault. At that point, I'm not messing with it till tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. And maybe next time we stream, we'll have a working scanner, or I'll order a replacement logic board on eBay. Maybe I'll make a YouTube short if I get the scanner working, just because, show a quick version of the scanner workflow. And, well, I'm really curious to see if my cleaning job was good and how much more cleaning. Once I got the scanner perfectly clean, I'm going to figure out a way to seal it up so that dust never gets inside the scanner again. At least that's my intent. Are you sure it's not the hot end and the sensor screw? There is no sensor screw for the hot end. Are you trolling me, Slim Nim? You going to ask me about the flux capacitor next? I think he's going to ask me about the flux capacitor. I'm waiting for it. I'm not sure if it is, well, it could be definitely could be the hot end, but it's how the hot end is connected. As for sensor screw, if anything, it could be one of the screws where you attach the heater unit to the motherboard. Maybe when I put it through that wire, the wire harness where you loosen the flathead screw. Like, in PLCs when you have those plastic blocks, you loosen a flathead screw and then you shove it into the thing and then it clamps down like... It could be that maybe when I shoved it in there and tightened it, it didn't actually make contact, and I tightened it against something else. Or maybe I tightened it against the shielding or the sheath on the wire, the PVC or vinyl sheath. The insulator, so to speak, the insulated portion of the wire. I don't think so, but it's possible. So, yeah, I'm not sure what it can be, but I am hoping it's a matter of running the calibration command for the heater, and it'll just be good to go after that. But stay tuned. We'll see. With that being said, once again, if anybody watching on the replay, if you have any questions, comments, ideas, or concerns, please leave a comment. And for now,